$33 a ton. So that reduces our cost from 135 ton down to 90. It was 94 ton. Today at 4 o'clock, the ACR was $43 a ton. So it is trending on an upward scale. How much up it'll go, that's a guess. So for budgeting purposes, I budgeted it at $135 a ton on an average of 370 ton a year. So that bumps us up by $50,000 on tipping fees. I wouldn't chance messing with that ACR number because it's a moving number. It goes up and down monthly. I would like to think that it's going up. Casella Waste would like to think it's going up, but I think to be on the safe side, you need to budget for the $135 a ton and hope for the best. That increases the whole recycling and trash budget by $58,000. I put 51 in there for a placeholder. It came in at 51,810 for a number.
Let's stop right there, Nate. Are there any questions thus far for Nate? Okay, I don't see any hands. Go right ahead, Nate.
The CIP, the only thing I'm going to ask for an increase in the CIP is 50,000 into paving. This year's project is the sidewalk Main Street project, which is going to consume, our match on that is going to consume every dime of the paving money that I have available to this department. So I was asking for a one-time up $50,000 increase in that so we can get started on next year's projects. And we've got a couple of small paving patch jobs that I'd like to get done and crack sealing that I'd like to get done this year. The mowing contract, I didn't cover that. Do you want to do that while I'm right on it?
Go right ahead.
The mowing contract is up this year. We negotiated a 2% increase. That's going to push it up a little bit. The problem with the mowing contract is it's broke out into several different line items. So for my purposes, it goes up, one number goes up. We added for the new sidewalks that are coming in, we have added to the Mountain Road and we've added to North Raymond Road. That right now is up 2%, so the 62,451. It would take me a little while to rummage through where it's broke out into each department. It's spread out over, oh geez, I think it's spread out over TIF, cemeteries, public works, town hall, and they all pay their equal fees or their portion of it.
And if I can chime in on that part, what I ended up doing, based on the 2% that Nathan gave me, I went ahead and did an increase overall to all the different line items for the departments and areas that he mentioned.
Okay. Nate, do you need any equipment? Any trucks?
We've got 2 trucks that have been ordered out of this year's operating budget. They're coming for this coming winter. We're replacing the 2014 F550, and we actually in the deal with the town of Gray, we ended up with a wheeler dump truck fully equipped plow gear on it, which was lower mileage and a newer truck than what we bought for the Vermont truck. So we've got 2 Vermont trucks that are getting sold, and we're replacing the 550. In 2022, we're looking at either the rubber tired backhoe or one more dump truck. It would be a small one, but my equipment line item is fine where it's at.
Okay. Any other questions? I don't see any questions for Nate.
Thank you very much for your time, gentlemen. And Lee.
Thank you, Nate.
Thank you.
Let's go on to general assistance.
I can speak to that. So essentially, it's going to be flat funded. not requesting anymore. It's essentially $8,000. We get a 70% reimbursement from the state, so tends to be a rotating type of amount. This year, we've managed to utilize those funds and continue to use the monies once we get reimbursed from the state. So in terms of revenue, for the revenue line would be $5,600, and the expense side of GA would be 8,000. So no change there.
The other thing I'd like to say is that we've been very fortunate to keep the Community Assistance Fund alive and well, and we're getting contributions. So we always encourage people who would be inclined to send in, funds that would be tax deductible, I believe, for them to the town as a qualified nonprofit governmental entity. And we use those funds to help people who would be, not qualified for GA. I guess we've sort of characterized them as the working poor. And so helping people who are struggling, and that we do have a few people in that category. And so any funds that we receive in that area are most appreciated. And we have got some significant contributions lately, which is really nice.
Very good. Any questions for general assistance? Seeing none, community development.
So community development, I just wanted to, I believe that was a carryover item. There was nothing listed as I started to look in deeper into our chart of accounts. And so I believe that was a one-time project that may have been done last year. So there was nothing in the budget listed under that.
All right, very good. So I couldn't find anything.
Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, so I will say this, I will be sending out to the board and the budget finance committee that updated with page numbers and any changes or corrections. So we'll have a fresh corrected book, just to make sure everything, all the T's are crossed and I's are dotted.
Yeah, I have found today some minor date issues and other things. And so this is our first year together. And so we're going to be better next year, believe me. And but I think Alex has done a really, really good job in a very short time on the job. And I know that all the department heads have worked closely with him. I have. And so it'll be better next year, but we'll make it better this year before we get to the final iteration.
Marshall?
You're muted. Sue, can you unmute him? There you go.
There we go. Thank you. Was the value assigned to community development?
No, there wasn't.
And that, I guess that's what I wanted to ask too, is should we put something in there between Tasseltop and the playground, between Mill Street and the playground? Should we put something in there?
That's a great question. And what I've often wondered with community development, when we were talking about TIF, and I think that that's part of community development or economic development. And I'm not quite sure if that was the direction this was headed. I don't have that, historical foundation. So when I first saw community development, that's what I was under the impression that it was more economic development, but I could be wrong. It could have totally been a different project. It could have been a grant. So I know there was the food pantry grant that Kathy Gosselin took the lead on, and several other. The backpack program was another program that was, that I saw in the chart of accounts. So I'm not quite sure. I mean, those are definitely be an opportunity to discuss. Do we want to include some type of community development program for this upcoming fiscal year?
I would just like to comment, the problem that we found, with the revaluation of the TIF, we found after Kathy's departure. So, we hadn't thought of anything that way, but maybe that would be a placeholder. We could talk about it in a way to help us straighten out that problem.
A couple,
Right.
couple of years ago, we put in $5,000 as a placeholder for broadband, for marketing and sales of a broadband, which never took place. And I think it's 2018 where that would appear first. I'm not sure that would come into onto this one, Alex, or
Yeah, I can certainly research and look that up.
that's at least 2 years old.
Yeah,
And if that's the case, that probably can be dissolved.
all right. Yeah, I can certainly research. We get luckily we've had Trio for 3-4 years now, and it allows me to do some comparisons as well as go back. So I can certainly look that up and see if there was anything allocated for community development, and how we paid, what we paid for it.
Kathy?
Just on Alex's comments, the backpack program was hopefully just a one summer thing. We took donations from the town to do that. I hope we don't have to do it again this summer, that the school will be in place to do it. But that was supposed to be just one summer. And as for the pantry grant, they got a $10,000 grant, and we've had payments made directly to the food pantry. So it's not going through the town of Raymond at all.
Oh, okay. That's good to know. Thanks, Kathy, for the clarification.
Ralph?
Yeah, I mean, community development, a lot of the things that would quote unquote fall under there, we end up putting into the TIF over time, things like the Hawthorne House and things like that. So it's not that we haven't looked at those, but we found ways, instead of having those as a standalone there, brought those into TIF in areas like that, so that we were still doing things, but it was being picked up under a different category. So when you look at that, you've got to kind of look at what some of those items were inside the TIF, because that is where we covered some of those items.
Mr. Bruno also had his hand up. Well,
Yes, go ahead, Joe.
What was the name of the group that Sam and Wayne Holmquist started? Didn't we give money to them, like $5,000?
No, that was Raymond Revitalization, and the name has changed 2 or 3 times. And that was originally started by Wayne and Sam. And as time has rolled on, that has been pretty much put in the back burner, but there never was any money set aside for that account.
Oh, I thought originally we had put $5,000 into it, but I could be wrong.
Well, I think that goes back to my earlier comment about 5,000 was put into for a meet and greet for the broadband rollout that never happened. And I remember talking to Sam about that a couple of years ago. Do we want to plug a hole in there for 5,000? And I think you'll find that that's where it is.
That's where it is. Yes.
Yeah, I do remember the same thing, that we put some money into
Yes,
it.
that's correct.
So maybe not being able to predict the future, we should put a 0 placeholder in it and keep it.
So I pulled up 2018 per Marshall's request, and I do see that community development back in 2018, there was actually a salary line for $7,072, ordinance line for community development for $5,000. That was not utilized. Planning, $26,500. Advertising, there was a $2,000 line. Post 155 was under that as well. RTP and SMAA was under community development, and we had a supply line. So there seems to be quite a few items at one point in 2018 for community development, but there hasn't.
Those have been consolidated out into other areas.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
then that money goes to Bago Technics to do community development.
I think the 7,000 might have gone there, Joe.
I believe also some of the GIS went, was picked up under, was community development money too.
Yeah. So more than likely, it was to Rolf's point. I think these have been sort of distributed to other areas within the budget.
Agreed.
Anything else on community development? We'll move on to public safety, animal control first. Who would like to? You're muted, Don.
I noticed that Jessica Jackson was not present, so I called her. She didn't have the link. I asked Sue to send it. Did that go?
It did go, and I still haven't seen her sign in.
So maybe we give her a little more time. I'll call and see what's going on again. If we could go on to Bruce.
And Dawn, if she needs a different email, just email it to me and I'll get the link out to that one.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks.
Well, Bruce, lucky you. You get to move ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Well, obviously this has been a real interesting year, and I think our budget kind of reflects that. Pandemic and all, it's impacting us in ways that we couldn't even have predicted a year ago at this point in time. And despite all the quarantines and our people who have had it and our patients we've lost during it, we're trudging through. As far as the budget goes, we have a reflected increase in our salaries line, which basically covers contractual agreements, coverage so we can maintain our minimum coverage when someone's on vacation or on a sick out, things like that. We've adjusted a few of the other accounts accordingly. There's an increase in the dispatch line because they continually go up 3% annually. Health and safety stays the same. We reduced our travel and training account on a one-time event for this year because we don't predict that we're going to really be out doing a lot of that big classes in group sessions that cost a lot of money. So we're just starting to now open up in-house and getting some of those trainings that we need done in-house. And of course, those are fairly reasonably priced. We made a reduction in building maintenance by $1,000. We went up a little bit in vehicle maintenance because our vehicles are aging and costing a little more. Unfortunately, all our material costs have gone up. As a general overview, like a $500 increase in gas and diesel, and I'm not quite sure at this point that might not be enough. I don't know what we're going to walk into. However, you see what gas prices are doing out there in the field, and they're way higher than they were a year ago. Let's keep our fingers crossed that it's enough at this point. We did make a small adjustment in fire prevention, basically because of cost of materials has gone up. Backing up one line, we went up $1,000 in our SCBA, or our self-contained breathing apparatus maintenance line, because those air packs are now approaching the 12-year-old mark, and a lot of the electronics that unfortunately everything has a computer in it, and these things are integrated with computers, and we're having experiencing some issues with those. When one of those breaks, it's automatically like, $500-600 for a part, so they're not cheap to maintain. We did go down in operational supplies by $1,000, but we had to adjust up a little bit in our supplies, our RX supplies, or prescription type. That's our medical line. What we're finding, and again, I'm not sure that once we wrote this till now that we're going to find that that is enough. We're hoping. We used to pay $9.60 or so per box of non-latex medical gloves. It's 50 gloves or 25 pair. We just had a price this week from one company that we routinely use, $32 per box, and you can't buy many boxes at a time. Medical supplies have gone through the roof. I'm sure we can get them a little cheaper than 32, but I don't know how much cheaper we're going to get them. So these things are going to impact us in the next year, maybe beyond. So overall, there's been a few ups and downs and just minor adjustments based on last year's experiences, past year's experiences, and such. Basically, we're at a 3% operational line increase total overall, just under that, but 3% rounded up. And we did put in a benefits package, or request a benefits package, to make one of our part-time positions 2 people who fill one full-time 48-hour, 24-hour shift into one full-time position, so that we might have a better time filling it with a permanent position. As you see in the cover letter, we're having quite a few shifts that are still open. So we've had some luck getting applications. At this point, we're interviewing, and I believe that with that one position being full-time, that's going to be a benefit to us to help fill these shifts. And you get buy-in with an employee rather than using per diems, et cetera, who, when a holiday comes around, guess what, where they want to be, not here. Full timers, they may put in for a vacation, but I can deny that if I have to. So we get people who work. On the operational budget, that's about it in a brief overview, very brief overview.
What's the total year-to-date increase?
A total increase for this coming budget is 2.8%, I do believe.
Or dollar amount, please.
Dollar amount 40-some thousand, Alex. Am I correct with
Actually,
that?
the excuse me, budget over last year to the initial request is 20,171 increase.
Yeah, it's 20. Yeah, right. I just did it in my head here real quick.
Yeah, no worries.
Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Goslin, Kevin Oliver has his hand up.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Hey, this question's for Bruce. Bruce, with regard to the SCBA line,
yes,
and you mentioning parts to repair them or keep them up to date are pretty high.
Yes.
Have you made any analysis of how many parts are required over the course of the year to keep these devices up at these higher repair part prices versus potentially investing in new equipment, new SCBAs?
Yes. I can tell you what the figures would be without telling you that I've done an actual research project on them. An air pack alone without a spare bottle is about $6,000. An extra bottle is another $1,000 on top of that. They have a 15-year lifespan on bottles. You throw them away at the end of 15 years. So we have been slowly replacing them or buying new so that we kind of phase them in. Last year, I think we bought 6 bottles at the end of the year, just so that we don't have all of a sudden 40-some odd air bottles to replace at once at almost $1,000 a pop. So given that, there's also annual maintenance that has to be done. Every pack needs to be flow tested at $47 a pop. Every bottle needs to be hydro tested every 3 years. And I think that's $47 or $50 a pop. And we phase those things in as well on the bottles because they're a 3-year rotation. The packs are an annual thing. Then you add in the normal maintenance on the packs. And it's pricey, but I think overall, we did a grant 12 years ago. We replaced all of our air packs, and I want to say the packs alone were and bottles were 148,000 back then. So buying new at some point, yes, we'll have to do that, and I would like to try the grant route again and do them all at once. It creates its own set of problems. Obviously, all your bottles need to be replaced in 15 years, and all your packs are exactly 15 years old. They all experience the same breaking issues at the same point in time. So I don't know if that makes it a little bit clearer, or did I make it clear as mud for you?
Yeah, Bruce, if you can hear me. No, that's great information, and I appreciate you sharing that. The reason why I was asking the question is, in my background in, power plant maintenance, we have to look at the cost of repair parts over a 5-year plan or an annual plan versus, planning and budgeting for investment in new equipment. So I appreciate that. And I just, was coming at that question from a point of, how are we looking at our annual spare parts cost versus should we be budgeting for a rotation of new equipment over time?
Right. And so that's that combination of we do a little bit of each. And so you see out of that, a lot of our costs are really in annual required maintenance. And then you have the spike of the broken part maintenance that unfortunately just puts us over the top a lot of times. But yet it isn't enough to say, hey, let's run out and grab all, new air packs this year. Not yet. We do a lot of our repairs in-house, a fair amount of them, and actually we have a class for 5 of our people coming up where they will be technicians and certified by Scott Air Packs to do more advanced repairs in-house. So that's going to help control that cost a little bit. But it's just something that we try to do when we can, is find ways around sending stuff out, doing it in-house.
Bruce, I'm sorry, Joe.
Yes.
Thank you. Bruce, has the fire department been involved with vaccinations in Raymond? I mean, there's an EMS program that you can get vaccine and do vaccinations for seniors.
We looked at doing that, Joe. I think part of the problem that we ran into, and Kathy can jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a big piece of that was one, it was the medical control component of it. That was number one. And number two is trying to get enough staffing to be able to cover our calls and man our station, et cetera, with what we need for the basics, and go out and do some of these clinics as well. So we'd be looking at quite an increase trying to do that at a separate location. Even if it was a drive-through at the station, we'd need specific dedicated personnel for that, aside from our responder personnel. So those are kind of a couple of the hindrances that we found, and not to throw a roadblock up to it, but we have talked about it. It's something we're still chatting about. I know Kathy's had some dialogue with medical control with Maine EMS on it, and we were chatting about getting Dr. Wilkins on board with us.
Well, just so you know, we have done, or I personally have done quite a few vaccinations and worked with fire departments around the state
Yep.
to do vaccine clinics. So I'm available if you need me, just so you know. We did it with Waldoboro. We did it up in Cornish. We did quite a few of them. I personally have done almost 4,000 vaccinations already myself. So I'm available if you need me.
Great, great.
Joe, part of it is Wyndham and Raymond, we're going to work with Gorham. Gorham's been heading up a lot of them, so some of our staff are going over there to help in doing some of the community ones. But as the chief said, we don't have a medical director right now that wants to sign off on us doing it. So we're dead in the water until we get that.
All right, Bruce.
Capital?
Well, I see a column here, emergency management.
Oh, yeah. I got a note right here for it. So I wanted to cover that in my opening comments. Sorry. We did file one initial claim with FEMA. What we qualified for at that time was what was on the list was $15,000 qualified at 100% reimbursement. That had been filed for. All that paperwork is authorized, signed for, and we should be seeing some monies coming shortly. Of course, a change of administration, number one, put a delay on things. They changed the methodology. The monies used to go from FEMA to us, from FEMA to a state. The state would then reimburse us. They took the state out of the link. So our check, when we do get it, will now just be direct from FEMA at 100%, opposed to the 10% match that we usually have. So only $15,000 out of our first batch actually qualified under the FEMA guidelines. This was a new thing for us to do this reimbursement this year. Normally it's, a bunch of trees fall down, a bunch of roads wash out. Nathan and I get together, I look at their expenses, we compile everything. He's got all his figures for tonnage, for chipping, for hauling, and we just add it all up and put figures with it. And those things are obviously covered under most of those FEMA declarations. Being a medical and purely a medical claim, this was a learning experience and a learning curve, and FEMA all of a sudden changed their minds on a few things, and we had to be very creative as to how we worded the proposals when we put them in. And so we were able to cover a couple of additional things that they automatically wrote off for me. Said, no, we won't cover those barriers, we won't cover this, we won't cover that. But it's necessary. It's part of our command structure to protect them and things like that. So we got those things covered, a lot of them. So 15,000 out of the first batch, and the second batch, we're just getting ready right now to compile another request and put it in. We have to also be kind of careful because you have to have $3,800 to qualify as a project with FEMA. So we have to make sure we have $3,800 of stuff that's going to qualify, and they aren't going to cut it back in order to put in for it. So we're at that point now again, and we're starting to submit it and look a little bit more in detail. This time we have some personnel costs that we can put in for. So, bottom line is 15,000 was put in for. It's what we qualified for, and 100% of that, or the whole 15,000, will come back to the town of Raymond. We expect it in 4 weeks.
And if I can just state, so far in emergency management, we didn't have anything budgeted for this year. We have about $14,600.14 of expenses. Majority of that related to the pandemic.
Yeah, sounds about right.
On the issue of the pandemic, it would look as though with the latest, the new Biden plan for distributing some economic aid to municipalities, that we might see around $450,000. How that'll be allocated, distributed, I'm not sure, but so that will be forthcoming.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the details on that one yet either, so.
Yeah, we don't have any
Didn't
information.
mention it for that reason.
We were asked to put together some proposed projects and ideas and so forth, but I don't know how the state's going to administer that yet.
I do have a question. I know we didn't budget, and it looks like historically we haven't budgeted for emergency management. Is that something that we generally utilize, allocate, and then apply for grants, Bruce?
Yeah, that's what it's called too, is a grant. The reimbursement is called a grant in the end, once they declare an incident. We haven't traditionally put in for anything because the fire department's generally where it kind of falls, if you will, even though I say most of the time it's really public works that has the biggest expense in most of these, except this time.
I see.
This is that anomaly. So we just generally run it through the normal budgets and then reimburse that later. Unfortunately, there are times when that reimbursement comes back 2 years later. It moves at a slower speed than municipal government when you deal with the feds.
I
So.
see. Thank you.
Yes.
I don't see any other questions. Bruce, would you like to move on to CIP?
Yeah, I would. Thank you. This year, what we did from our monies that we already have in CIP is put in for an allocation of $47,000 to purchase a hybrid Ford Explorer as a chief's vehicle, and then use the Tahoe that we have, which is still in good shape, as a hand-me-down vehicle, if you will, but to the deputy chief for use. She's been using one of the pickup trucks that we have. The pickup truck that she's using oftentimes is needed to haul a trailer for a spill or a forestry incident or an ATV type incident. And we really want to kind of get those pickups back in the rotation 100% for responses, etc. And give her a vehicle that's more suitable as a chief's or a command vehicle. So that's what the proposal is for this year's money. It doesn't require any more. It's just the average or the annual $75,000 that's put into our equipment line, which this would come out of. And then in 2022-23, you'll see there's a rather large number there, and we've been reevaluating our deployment, our assets, our needs, the town's needs, and our abilities. And we looked at it and said, we really have a couple trucks that are due for replacement, and we ought to be looking at this as a combination. So what we're doing right now is we're speccing out and having engineered a preliminary plan, if you will, to put a rescue pumper together. And this would take the place of the Utility 7 or the mini pumper that we have, which is 22 plus years old and starting to cost us a lot in maintenance, and the heavy rescue truck, and combine them into one. One of the biggest issues we looked at is that we're a smaller group now and our capabilities are lower. The mini pumper for a fire attack truck is really not great. It has a limited amount of water on it, 250 gallons. Once you pull both hose lines that are on it, you only have 125 gallons left to push that water out. So while it's a great truck to access some of these confined and narrow roads, etc., it really isn't a great truck to fight a fire with, and has been kind of a hindrance. So we're looking at that, and the grand picture is try to eliminate 2 trucks with the purchase of one. That will be a 2022 year, 25 year, if we can make it go that long, asset. But that's a year out, so we're not asking for any extra money for that right now. We just wanted to mention it, put it out there, and let you know that we are working on it, and we've got engineers from the different companies trying to put together our specific needs, this equipment in this basket needs to fit into that new vehicle. Unfortunately, it's 2 vehicles in one, so there's a lot more consideration there as to how to make this work and work right for us. But that's it in a nutshell for CIP. Other than that, it's the normal every year contribution, if you will, or appropriation of 75,000. The next vehicle after that's a rescue, and that's 23-24. That's out there, and no extras being added for that right yet either.
Any questions for Bruce? I don't see any, Bruce.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I got a question for Alex. On the capital improvements, you zeroed out account 90-1500 and moved everything to 91-1501.
Yeah. So essentially the way it works, each account, because this is an expense account, and this is what I gather. This is something that Kathy had done, and I think it's a trio system process. So essentially what would have happened when these accounts, she created essentially a new account, and the balances that carry forward with capital improvements, she moved those balances into the 91-1501. So one of the questions that I have for Trio is that something that has to happen every year, or can we just keep the same account, add to it, rather than continue to create another new account? And I checked the numbers, and that was essentially what happened. And you can see that with 90-1500, and you look at each sub account, the budget was, like, for instance, 2021, it was 215. The year to date was 215. So it essentially just zeroed itself out. But what she had done is carried over the remaining balance of what was not used in that fiscal year, because obviously with capital improvements, it is a carryover. So yeah, it was rather interesting when I saw that, why it was being done that way. But based on what I've seen with this system, essentially that's how it's working. Hopefully I won't have to do that again. Hopefully we can keep it the same. Great question.
I see Jessica's with us now. You want to move on to animal control? Can people hear me?
Yes. Can you
John?
unmute Jessica? Sue? Oh, there she is.
I'm here.
Hello, Jessica. Can you introduce yourself and give us a brief description of your budget?
Sure. I don't even have a copy of my budget with me, honestly. So
Jessica, just so you know, did not receive the link, so I called her and
yeah,
we rapidly set this up.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually trying to pull something up right now here.
Jesse, are you the one that did your budget, or did somebody else do it?
We do it together as a group, so there's not much of a change.
Who's the group that you do it with? I'm sorry.
The 3 town managers.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So if I can, Bob, ask a questions.
Go ahead.
All right. I guess watching last year's meeting, can you explain, and I know the town managers were having you write up what your job description is. If you can let us know how it works with the assistant.
Okay.
Because last year's description was just to fill in on those calls, just so you could get a break. And I'm not finding that to work.
Okay.
Sorry, my dog's whining, sorry.
So my understanding was that we went into a full-time regional position with the animal control department. So in order for me to be full-time, I'd have to work 40-hour position to have those benefits. Am I correct? Yeah. So I
Um,
wouldn't, I wouldn't be able to, hold on. I wouldn't be able to, can I speak? I wouldn't be able to respond 24 hours a day. So we had to get those calls into, you know, somewhat of a blocks of time. And the way that we found that to work would to be give me, you know, some general operating hours, which would best fit the needs of the community and allow them to have access to me and to the department at reasonable times of day. And then still offer under emergency situations access to an animal control officer during the off times.
Okay, so what you're saying, I guess what happened last year is on your explanation was that there would be access to a part-time person is what it is. And what I'm finding out now, just because I was in that situation with the dog, is that the part-time person cannot leave the station unless it's an emergency. And when you've got a dog running around on 302, to me, that's an emergency. So I'm trying to figure out where the miscommunication is.
So the dog was no longer running on 302. If it was called in and it was a traffic hazard, then the animal control officer would have gone out and stopped the traffic hazard.
There was 3 families out there and I was one of them.
Okay.
So
But when the call was
go ahead.
When the call was called in, we were not given access to speak with the complainant. You never answered the phone for the assistant. You did not answer the phone for the supervisor. I wasn't even on that day. We had no access to you. The call was called in from dispatch to us, but before it was even called in to us from dispatch, we already had a call to my private cell phone on my day off by Public Works Director. So we both tried to reach out to you, and neither one of us was able to offer you a solution or tell you what we could give you for a response. So I don't think it's fair for you to tell us that we didn't do anything when you didn't even offer us the chance to do something.
Okay, I'm going to respond to that because I had talked to a Wyndham
But I
police
think
officer. Wait, just wait, my turn. Because I'm the one that stopped what I was doing to do the dog. And what happens is you didn't call me till later. We thought we had a person. The person at Naples said they were not allowed to leave the building unless it's an emergency. Cumberland County Dispatch did call us back. So I don't to tell, and I'm standing there and I'm the person that was dealing with Cumberland County. I'm the one that was dealing with the Wyndham Police Department. So to say that some of this stuff happened, it did not.
So the Wyndham Police Department wouldn't have had a part in it. I believe who you think you were talking to through Cumberland County was actually me, who did respond to you immediately.
No.
Accurate records of everything, and I can actually bring them to you and show you all of it because I was afraid like something like this would happen. So I kept all of those reports. Okay, so Lynn did make an attempt to call you. I made an attempt to call you. In fact, I made an attempt to call you as soon as dispatch paged me, and sometimes there's a 20-minute delay. Right now, we're working on an hour delay through dispatch through the Cumberland County communication system right now because we're so backed up on those calls. Okay, and that's not something that I can do. And I did offer a response even though I wasn't even on duty. So I'm sorry that I got to you late, but I wasn't even in town.
I know that. So my question is, who is the backup person?
She wasn't
What
at
is
a
their
station
job duties that we are paying for somebody to do is what I'm asking.
to answer to priority calls on an emergency basis. And if you want somebody to answer to all calls, then you need to put more money in the budget.
Whoa.
Animal control officer to be on duty.
So,
Can I
so
jump
wait,
in here,
wait, 1 second. So a dog on 302 is not considered an emergency. So what is considered an emergency is what I'd like to know.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because I am like absolutely.
This is inappropriate. I'm not going to be abused by you.
Seriously?
Yes.
Somebody else ask her the questions
Okay,
then.
it's my turn, please.
Thank you.
Can you tell me, you're servicing 3 towns
I am.
for 40 hours a week?
Yes. No, I'm
So
actually,
you're giving the town of Raymond 13 hours a week to control all the animals in the town of Raymond.
no.
No, why is that a no?
I am on call from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. 5 days a week. I
How
am
can that
only
be? How
paid,
can that
I'm
be?
hold on a second. I'm only paid 40 hours. Okay? And not only that, but I supervise another person on that job from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. because we pay somebody $13 an hour to respond to priority calls who has to work under emergency situations with the sheriff's department, okay, and irrational people on the side of the road who aren't properly trained to know what they're doing because of the low rate of pay. And I have to help them with that, okay, and then cover on the weekend and make up what they're doing.
Okay, the other
what's
issue I have
happening-
with this concept is I
I
understand.
can explain to you what's going on. So what
No,
happened?
no. I want to change the subject here. I'm under the impression that the only responsibility the animal control officer has is domesticated animals. Is that correct?
No.
Then what do you do with the fox that's running through my backyard?
Well, it's wild. I mean, it's supposed to be running through your backyard.
I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Ralph?
Yeah, I've got a question on the vehicle and maintenance. We're going from $500 up to $4,500. But 4,500 really isn't 4,500. It's 13,500. So
Exactly.
what's happening on the vehicle side that we're seeing that big of a jump?
We're looking at the
Tell you
replacement.
on maintenance.
Go ahead.
I was just saying I can't answer to the maintenance. That would be a Nathan thing.
Okay, Don, can you answer it?
Yeah, we're looking at the capital replacement of the vehicle if possible is one issue. And the car is now roughly 140, 50,000 miles in that range. I don't know how many idle hours it has on it, but thousands of idle hours. So maybe Nathan could comment on the general condition of the car, but I think we're looking to find a replacement vehicle.
Correct.
The general condition of the car was pretty good. I haven't got the bill out for the last service on it. It does have, it's coming under the 150,000 mile mark. I wouldn't be too concerned about the idle hours on it, but I think we get in closer to 175, 200,000, we should start looking at a car.
That's what we're doing. We're not going to say we're going to buy one tomorrow, but we want to be ready if we have to.
Yeah, but wouldn't that then fall under CIP?
CIP.
Would, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
So the main
we're overstated there, understated in CIP, but if we bring it, if we bring that back and put the money in, take the money out of the CIP, then we better control it. But then it begs the further question of who actually owns the vehicle if this agreement falls apart at some point.
Right now, Rolf, the car is owned by the town of Raymond. It's registered and owned by the town of Raymond. We purchased it and divided the cost of it out over the three towns. We paid a third, Naples paid a third, and Raymond, Casco paid a third. I would assume that would continue forward. If we purchased another vehicle, we would buy another vehicle. The town of Raymond would, and then we
There we go.
divide it out over the other two towns.
That's right, Nate.
I would think if this plan fell apart, the car would come back to the Raymond municipality. It's our car.
Any other questions for Jessica?
I would like to try to finish explaining how my full-time position works, if I could have that opportunity.
Sure.
Okay, so what would happen, because right now I don't have a backup, so I am working my full-time position and nights and weekends and responding to everything on my own. But typically what we would have happen, and I'm sorry, I thought my camera was on here, so I apologize about that. But whatever is not an emergency and we would respond to the following day is tacked on to any free time that people, that I would have the given day, the following business day. I don't believe that many people understand exactly what my job entails. There's a lot more to that than just going out and picking up stray dogs. There's a lot of reports. There's a lot of court. There's a lot of community counseling that goes into it. I've taken a lot of proactive steps in our community to keep down the amount of noise that goes on. And that is why we do not have a lot of problems in our areas. I've built a strong connection with our community members, and most of them, if you ask, are happy to have us. And over the 3 years that we've been doing it this way, we have not had any complaints other than this one brought to us about doing it in this manner. We haven't had a situation yet. So overall, people have been pleased with the way it's been working and the response that they're getting, because they do get a response almost immediately by someone. Yeah. And, you know,
Good, Don.
I want to go back to Marshall's question. I'm supposing he might have been asking about like a rabid fox or some kind of animal that was a threatening animal, that was a wild animal. What would your role be?
if it was threatening somebody, then, I would stop the threat and I would notify the wardens. And because I'm duly trained and I have multiple licenses, the wardens in our area would allow me to do more than what a singly licensed animal control officer would do, and I would be able to control the threat. The wardens in our area also ask me to help them with some animal exclusions and stuff like that as well. But as far as like rabies threats, animal control officers are responsible to do that. And if a warden is tied up and they're under state law, it states clearly that if somebody else is not dealing with it, we are to deal with it. Now, if it's, something like a woodchuck that's digging in somebody's garden, that's not our problem. But if it is a public safety issue, then by all means.
Mr. Bruno also had a question, Bob?
Yes, go ahead, Bruce. Joe, sorry.
Thank you, Bob. Jessica, is your position a salaried position or are you paid hourly?
I'm paid hourly.
So if you work more than 40 hours, you get paid for more than 40 hours.
Right now, if I work over, that's hard to say. I'm not on my 12-hour days. I'm not asking for anything more than my 8 hours. I'm making myself available from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. I'm in uniform and ready to respond, because if Mr. Bruno picked up a dog the night before, I want to be ready at 6 a.m. to be able to pick that dog up before he goes to work and bring it to the animal shelter first thing in the morning. If somebody doesn't get home until 5 o'clock in the evening and I need to do a kennel inspection, I do not want them to have to wait. I do not want them to have to miss work. I can meet them after 5 and do their kennel inspection when they arrive home, so I can work until 6 and go in an hour later that day. Do you see what I mean? So I can
Yeah, so you're flexible with your 40
so I
hours.
can flex that. I can flex that, yes, but I'm always available. So should I wake up in the morning and dispatch gives me a call at 6:15, I go out and that's when my day starts, So because it's public safety. I can't plan that a call will come in at 8 or 3 or.
Oh, I understand all that. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure that we're following labor laws. That if
Mhm.
you're not salaried, that you get paid for every hour you work.
Right. Yeah.
That's-
And we have the assistant who is asked for $100 a week to stay in town all night and all weekend, and then $13 an hour to go out on a call, and to ask, it's to wake up in the middle of the night, for a dog at large that is contained and safe in somebody's home. We're going to be hard pressed to find somebody to do that for that kind of money. You know, that's why I'm not trying to be rude, but we're going to have to put more money into somebody for that, to do that.
That's,
Well, like I said, I am concerned about following labor laws. And
Right.
Dawn, if you could explain it to me, how is she salaried or is she hourly?
I'm
Well,
hourly.
my belief, in this, because the pay end of it and the benefits are administered by the town of Casco, but my belief is that you're a salaried employee. You're paid the same amount of money on a week basis, correct?
No, I'm paid hourly.
If I could just pipe in, so based on the ACO budget 21-22 draft that was sent forward to me, there is 30 hours allocated for overtime. So it leads me to believe that the position is a 40-hour non-exempt position.
I'm hourly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know what I am.
But I'm with Joe. I'm with Joe Bruno. I'm thinking, you know what you are, and Casco's administering it that way, but I'm not sure that's the way it should be done.
Right.
So what I would ask is, for the HR representative from Casco to really do a study on the position and determine, does it fall into what the federal government would determine as being an exempt position based on the responsibilities?
I think before we even go that far, I'd like to see the contract from the ACO that tells me that she's 40 hours.
Okay.
Where's the contract?
Well, I think the labor laws are pretty clear. You know, if you supervise people and you have freedom and flexibility, you're a salaried employee.
Right.
Unless you're punching the clock and getting paid time and a half for anything over 40 hours, then you're an hourly employee.
Right.
That's pretty
I
clear
submit,
in the labor law.
I submit a time sheet weekly with the lunch taken out and all that, you know, so. Yeah.
Well, Don, I would suggest that you get together with whoever the town manager is in Casco right now and figure out, is this a salary position or not, just so you abide by the labor laws.
Yeah, my belief and position is that it is, and it should be administered that way. And so I'll talk to Don Garish.
Again, I put a request. Let's take a look at the contract, please.
Any other questions for Jessica? Thank you, Jessica.
Very welcome. Oh, can I mention something too?
Go right ahead.
Started an emergency dog food campaign. So if we have anybody in need in the community who's fallen on hard times, if we know somebody who's had a house fire or whatnot, in any of the surrounding communities, I do have surpluses that have begun to be donated to us to help with that. So, and then what we do is we hook them up with some long-term help that way. Okay, so if anybody knows any help like that, we've got that rolling too. All right.
Thank you, Jessica.
You're welcome. Bye. Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night.
You too.
Kevin.
Okay, hard to follow that.
You can do
It'll get worse, Kevin. It'll get worse.
If everybody's looking at the budget that I sent out in the explanation sheet, you can see the areas. We can start with infrastructure, server, hardware. This is the first time we've actually bumped up any of these things in years, but we are incurring some more costs in most of our categories. I tried to provide enough information here so that everybody would have, you know, a good look at what we're supporting, especially with the network diagram. You can see the network and all the different devices, the counts of the things that we have to support. And a lot of those things are growing older. What we try to do is on the servers, we try to get 8 to 10 years at least out of a server versus the 5 to 6 years we get out of a PC, because they're obviously built much better. But as that goes, we have a lot of replacement costs on the drives. Those drives run hard, 24/7, 365. So we have quite a bit of cost on those drives. So that's where the big bump was in the server hardware. Software costs go up yearly. Vendors, you know, just keep doing that as a normal function. Nothing ever gets cheaper, unfortunately. Yeah, so the 3220, that bumped up a couple of thousand too, I think. Go down through, look at the infrastructure network hardware, that pretty much is almost the same. What we tend to do is a lot of new locks and stuff have come in over the last year. We haven't had any failures, but those locks are extremely expensive. They're networked, they're controlled from a centralized point. We update, we can gather information off them, who goes in. Nathan, every now and then gives me a query, who went into the town office at this hour. I get on, a couple minutes later, I tell him, who entered at this point in time. So we have a pretty good security system with the locks. And the video security cameras now we're rolling out to all the locations. And so that was another server increase for last year. By the end of this year, we should have at least one camera at every location, if not multiple. For instance, the town office, we have, I think, 8 cameras. At the fire station, we have like 14 or 16 cameras. So we're doing pretty good with the security cameras, and we use those quite often to resolve conflicts and issues of people stealing stuff and things like that. The infrastructure network software, again, firewalls, we have a lot of firewalls, and that's one of the issues that in the CIP, we're trying to get to a point where we have a single point of entrance into the internet. Right now, every building goes to the internet, so we're incurring a cost of at least $100 a month per building to get Spectrum service. We'd like to get our fiber backbone in place, which will have a lot of things, advantages, which we can address later in the presentation here. But those costs go up every year. Spectrum is, like I said, pretty expensive. Go down through here. We got the department hardware, and you can see the endpoints. That's, again, we've got 68 PCs in the town of Raymond in the municipal infrastructure that we're supporting. We've got 50 voice over IP phones. It's all pretty boring stuff, but it is amazing. I had Eric go through and actually do all of the counts of these things, and we were quite surprised at the actual number of devices that we have to support. You can see the department software, all the things involved in that. That went up a little bit too. The biggest thing in that is we're looking at a document management system. In the town of Raymond, in between all the different departments, we have well over 100,000 paper documents that people use, reference on a daily basis, that are not digitally backed up, that are not backed up in any manner. So there's several points that get addressed by this document management system that we'd like to put in, and that's somewhere between $5,000 and $6,000 a year. All documents will be scanned, which is a big project, but not just scanned and saved off-site, so that in case of the fire or some disaster, they'll be intact, but they'll be scanned, and the OCR, which is optical character recognition, and metadata applied. So if you have an invoice, there'll be a template created for that invoice. All information will be pulled out of that. So if somebody's sitting at a desk wants to do a query, they do a query. They don't have to go look in a filing cabinet. That information will come up immediately on their computer. Additionally, across departments, once you start doing this, if you're looking for some information for a specific person about his lot or his tax payments, you can do a scan on that person, and all the department's information will then come to your screen about that. And you can print those out, you can email them to that person. So it makes the management of information so much easier, and the office so much more efficient, and allows people to free up time to do things other than going to paper documents and trying to figure out what's going on. And it would definitely will pay for itself over the long run. So that's the biggest add to 3211, which is $17,000 this year. The last year, I think it was 10,600. Let's see. nothing exceptional on the other ones. We're asking for an increase on the 3115 salaries of $5,000. It's been many, many years since, actually, we never ever had an increase from the first time that we started supporting the town. And we're asking for a $5,000 bump because, if you can see, the number of things have grown incrementally larger that we have to support, and we're spending, the three of us are spending a lot of time, trying to support the town the best we can. And so we're asking for that $5,000 increase in salary. Do you have any question on the operational budget?
I like the way you broke it down in your description. Very informative.
Well, I tried to provide much information so that anybody with a, whether or not they were technical or not, could, really get a good look at what we do. And I know that a lot of people like Sue really appreciate the things we do, because she knows all the things she calls us for, and the people that we deal with know that too. But it's nice to see that in one place that everybody can take a look at it. Normally, you'd have a technical support person that only does network support, but we do the locks, the security cameras, a lot of stuff that's rolled into what we do for the town. So,
Mr. Chair, could I make a comment?
Go right ahead, Sue.
I'd like to give an example of what Kevin and his crew, and actually I think just Kevin did this particular one. Last week, when we suddenly had to close the town office, within, it seemed like just a few minutes, he had set up a schedule on our phones to from 8:30 to 4, Tuesday through Friday, forward 5 of the office phones to my home phone, and forward all of their messages to my email. So that's the level of technology that he's maintaining right now, is the ability to do things like that literally on the fly. And that's small beans compared to a lot of the other things that he's been doing.
which is kind of a nice thing that we try to do too, because we try to bring in open source. That's all our phone system, other than the hardware, doesn't cost us anything. The operating system is all open source, and it happens to be more flexible than most of the proprietary systems, which allowed me to, and I can look up on my screen up here right now, and I can see all the phones in the Raymond system, whether they're up or down. I can configure them instantly. So it's, we try to do the best we can to centralize control, make it easy, and utilize open source to reduce the costs. I mean, that's our main goal. Anything else on the operational, Joe?
Joe?
Just refresh my memory. Is this still a contract that we have with your company, Kevin?
Yes, that is.
So when you say you're trying to increase salaries, who is that affecting?
Well, that's the salary line, but that's the company, that's the payment to the company, Woodbury Consulting.
Actually, it's not a salary line, it's the contract line.
Okay, well, it's on my sheet.
I mean, yeah, on your side, I understand that. I mean, when he's looking at it, where's it coming up? It's on that contract line, Joe. It goes from 80,000 to 85,000.
But yeah, but is the contract in place, or is it being renegotiated? How does that all work? I mean, how do you take a contract that you have for a certain amount of money and say we're just going to increase it this year?
Well, I'd like to obviously renegotiate it for that. I mean, we did that when we took over the IPTV support. We were at 60,000 at that point, and then we upped that to 80,000 to take over the support for the cable channel. So I think that was a renegotiation done at that point.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to get an answer to the earlier thing, which I do have some information on for later, but I would tell you that Kevin has been doing this job for a long time. And as a contract employee, we renegotiate when we have major, changes, and when we have expirations and so forth. And so I would advocate for the, change. Nothing in life stays completely flat forever. And, if I were going to do the contract, I probably would have asked for money previous to this for additional, compensation to reflect the cost of doing business, the cost of, everything increases over time. So, but he has held it flat for a number of years. I can't say how many. He probably
Joe, you remember when you had somebody take a look at it we came in about $100,000 less than the nearest competitor.
Kevin, believe me, you guys are really good at what you do. I'm not questioning that one bit. You guys earn every penny that you do. You do a great job. But I'm just trying to make sure that if we have a contract in place, then you have to modify the contract and, make sure that that contract is up to date and all that. That's all I'm saying. I'm not questioning anything other than making sure everything's in place.
Right. That's absolutely correct and true. And I think what's a little difficult here is it's a contract employee, but it's Kevin who started as a volunteer and has been with us I've been here 20 years. Kevin's been here more than 20 years.
Since 1996.
Since 1996. So I apologize, and it's possibly my error. Maybe I should have, taken the lead on that. And but he attends our department head meetings like a department head. He's integral to the operation, as Sue was indicating, when we have a crisis, an emergency. I mean, we switched him to a contractor. That's what he is. That's how he's paid. I don't think it's unreasonable for him to seek a change in compensation. He probably shouldn't be presenting it, though.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I don't know how.
Some town staff member presenting.
I mean, it's not my budget. I have to explain it.
I understand. You should probably, yeah. You muted, Joe.
There, really love the Zoom stuff. I'm just saying that if he's presenting the budget and is asking for an increase, but he's really a contract employee, that increase should be coming from the town manager, who should be presenting the technology budget, with Kevin providing support as to why the increases are needed. That's all I'm saying. I am not questioning Kevin one bit.
I don't disagree with you at all, Joe.
What he does.
And I'm not disagreeing with you either at all. And we'll see what we can do next year. The problem with me trying, or Alex or anybody else in this town trying to present the intricacies of the technology budget is we'll have to work on that issue.
Who does the assessing budget?
Well, we had Kurt here to talk about that. So, I mean, I think we have a structural change. We have to look at a way to improve what we're doing here. So, but I think where we run into the problem is when we talk about the compensation change. I think explaining some of the technological, upgrades and things like that, and things that we're planning to do as a town is one thing. But I would agree with Joe. I mean, you shouldn't be presenting a contract change, and we'll see what we can do about that.
But I think it's new territory. So,
Yeah,
I mean.
It is new territory because we haven't had a change in the contract.
Exactly.
Based compensation for a
Yep.
long
And that can
time.
be
I mean,
fixed.
we had the last major change we had was when they took over the broadcast studio.
So Kevin talks about everything else, and Dawn, you talk about his salary.
Well, right. And I've talked to Kevin in the past about the idea of the compensation, and so he held it for a number of years. It's not that we haven't had this conversation as we've had renewals, and so I guess we didn't handle it particularly well, and I'm agreeing with Joe, and we'll handle it differently moving forward.
Ralph?
I guess the comment I would have is in regards to software and things like that. I thought we hit, maybe I was thinking that we wanted to do that, but it would make sense to me that on the software issues and the new, program things like that, instead of getting picked up per se under the department levels, they get picked up under the overall technology budget. I mean, it's more of an accounting thing, but that way you get, instead we're seeing, you're seeing software and things like that there, but we're also seeing it coming up in other departments and whatnot. So from a standpoint of being able to look at it from an overall standpoint of where are we on software and things like that, it'd be nice to see that all brought back into that one area so that we can see where that's actually going year to year, because we've got some, there's some that exists in Bruce's budget, there's some that exist in Alex's budget, there's some that exist here and there. And so when we look at this, we see a line that says software and things like that, but it's not the full picture. So,
Right, that Alex and I had been talking about that, trying to, because a lot of places dispense all of their technology to the department and cost it out to each department. I, on the other hand, agree with what you're saying, Rolf, is I like to see the overall cost of all of the technology in one place. And it's not really, that it's my budget, because it's not, I'm just a contractor, but you can see where everything related to technology is falling. And so that's something that Alex, like I say, Alex and I were talking about whether to do that in the future, is to move things into a more centralized costing methodology.
I mean, you can do sub accounts under there, but at least you've got one,
Yeah.
one common area.
Exactly, that's what we were talking about that, but it is kind of a change, and he was looking at whether Trio could do that easily.
Yeah, easily being the very important word. What we could do if we decided to go down that route is essentially reallocate those other lines, into technology. The expense account is the same exact number, so there are reports that can be run with that expense code without necessarily moving everything around. However, it's a matter of just presentation. So if the board and the Budget Finance Committee decide that that's what they'd like to see, I can certainly make it happen.
Any other questions for Kevin?
I don't see any other hands.
Would you want to
I
go to
don't
the CIP part now? And
Yes, please.
okay, so we are still adding in, again, we talked about the ability to have a common backbone, a fiber backbone for the municipal network connecting all of our buildings. Right now, the point is it's almost impossible to do backups from the fire station, do offsite backups up to the town office, because the link over Spectrum is so slow. It actually takes 2 or 3 days to back up a server over that link. So to get our offsite backups done. But even then, we have multiple points of entry into the ISP, which is Spectrum, and we'd like to get that fiber backbone in place, but it's very expensive. So we've been putting away, try to put away $50,000 every year till we reach the point we can get there. However, Don, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's going to be some money coming in from the government now for projects like fiber. So I don't know if would
Right.
do a match in with that, or
That we were talking about that earlier. It's looking like we're going to get around $450,000 from this latest stimulus money. I don't know how that's going to be allocated. We put in several different proposals, and I don't know if that's going to be the governing, I guess, framework or not, or if it's going to come as a direct grant and aid. I'm sure it's going to have qualified expenditures attached to it, and broadband and internet and technology and all of that is a big priority for the current administration, both state and federal. So I just don't know, but there is a potential there, I think, for this.
so the next thing down on that is the two-factor security tokens. What we're looking at is moving into a more secure environment with our workstations and sign-ons. Everybody probably is familiar with two-factor now, because if you do your banking, you get an SMS text. Ideally, what we do with the two-factor security tokens is you have something which is the token, and the PIN number, something and you log into your computer. You don't actually even have to know a password for your computer anymore. The hardware takes care of that. So, and some of you may have worked with that in some of your businesses. That are familiar with the secure ID tokens, been out there for years, but now two-factor has come way down. So we are looking at open source software to run it, and just buying the hardware, which is $5,000 for the number of tokens that we would need to cover all of the employees. We're looking at end of life replacement for our servers for the net, we have the public safety server is 10 years old, and the 3 network attached storage servers are over 10 years old, and they are way beyond their service life, and we're getting some issues popping up left and right on those. Again, we buy all of these servers are purchased 1 generation back. Dell servers, we buy the direct to storage part of them where the actual drives live. We buy that new, but the servers themselves are all used servers. We haven't bought a new server for the town of Raymond ever, so we save at least $10,000 per server by going to the previous generation of server. So that's what those last 4 end of life replacements are. Any questions on those?
I don't see any questions, Kevin. I'm looking at the current municipal sites, and they include Tasseltop, Sherry Gagnon Park. What kind of uses would be at those?
Yeah, those are municipal sites. The Sherry Gagnon Park is where we drop one because there's been interest in putting cameras there, security cameras. And we could put public Wi-Fi there also. So that is those list of sites that we'd like to hit with the fiber. If you look at it, we start the Sand and Salt building, you go down, 85 across by the park there and over down to the Public Works building, past the library. So we can get almost a linear track of all of the buildings. Although we'd have to go to Tasseltop, which is a little bit out of the way. But if we did that, we might be able to. Oh, and Joe showed some interest in Raymond Beach, also having internet service, because he'd like to have a security camera there and internet capability, I guess, for somebody that's may or may not be there monitoring the beach. So we'd like to be able to, I'm not saying I like to be able, but the town has shown interest in having that kind of connectivity to all the buildings.
Okay, that makes sense. Any other questions for Kevin? Thank you very much, Kevin. At this time, I'll allow some public comment.
Can I?
Go ahead.
So I called the interim Casco town manager, caught him on the road. And so this is Don Garish, who's a veteran Maine town manager, spent his career in Brunswick. So she's correct. They're administering it that way, but I vehemently disagree. I mean, and for our purposes, we're getting an assessment, so we're not exposed to an overtime assessment. But we're going to take a look at that as the town managers tomorrow and see, how it should be properly, I guess, categorized. And she does have supervisory authority, and the issue of having hours that she works but doesn't get compensated for, that's not, no. So anyway, we'll be looking at that, and I'm thinking this should be a salaried employee. I'm with Joe on that, and so that's what I thought we were getting, and that's not how they're running it, and so we're going to have a discussion.
So is that a job description in our package?
I believe we did put whatever they sent, didn't we, Alex?
Correct, yes.
So I would like to suggest that everybody watch last year's budget meeting, as to the description of her, when she stood up there and described what her job is, what the extra money went to. And I do believe Rolf also questioned about what the extra money was for. And there's a pretty good description there. When I say good, as to she's saying what the job entails, what it was supposed to be, and having that backup person was supposed to be there. So I would really suggest going back to last year's budget meeting and taking a look at it and watch it. because it's definitely not the same.
Well, we can do that, but we're gonna have a meeting of the town managers and come back. We'll be back on this by the time we get to budget deliberations.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm not really the public, but there isn't a lot of public sitting out there. And
Okay.
I do have one kind of commercial announcement, if I could. I haven't received or had any phone calls or inquiries as yet about anyone running for Budget Finance Committee. The nomination papers are available. They're due back on April 9th. And those that are up for re-election are Robert Goslin, Kevin Oliver, Sheila Burke, and Bob Jones. So feel free.
Thank you. I plan on stopping by sometimes. I'll make an appointment. Go ahead, Don.
No, I'm all set.
Select board comment? Budget finance comment? Go ahead, Joe.
I requested that the meeting for April 30th be moved. Has any decision been made on that? I am not available on the 30th.
No, there's been no mention of moving that meeting.
Moving it to what, Joe?
Well, I had suggested the following week, but
What I would suggest there is, Bob, poll your group, see if that works, and we can, the select board can, I'll poll our people to make sure that there's not a problem, and if there's not any problems, then we can just shift it that 1 week.
Okay, so that'd be the week following March 30th.
No, it's,
I don't think so.
Joe, it's which date was it, Joe? It was the
April 30th. So it'd
April
be like
30th
the
or
first
March
week of
30th?
May.
no, it's March 30th is the next meeting, 2 weeks from tonight.
You said
And I-
April, sorry.
And I suggest that we move it to Tuesday, the April 6th.
April 6th, okay. On the, the only one that's not here on the select board is Lonnie, but does Sam, Marshall, Teresa, do you see a problem with that date?
I'm good.
So as long as it works with the budget committee, then the select board's all right with it.
I'll poll the people and get back to you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any other comment? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. People want to stick
So moved.
around? We have a mo-
Joe did.
Joe moved it.
Joe moved, I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
See you later. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a retirement, forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through. We'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions. So we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
You're online.
Welcome to the 3/31/2021 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting at the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to do a roll call. Would members please state their name and position? Why don't we start with you, David?
David Murch, member of the Board of Appeals.
Pat?
Patricia Beaton, member, Zoning Board of Appeals.
Joanne?
Joanne Stinson, Vice Chair.
And I'm Len Sorelli, Chairperson.
And our
This is a
candidate,
public proceeding.
Tom Hennessy has just joined us.
Who has? I'm sorry.
Tom Hennessy, candidate for the board.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
good.
okay.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all of the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. First, we're going to have an election of vice chairperson. Then we'll have a consideration for application of membership for Mr. Tom Hennessy. We move on to new business with a public hearing for Jeffrey Clark and Bethany Clark requesting a variance to divide lot, creating one conforming and one non-conforming lot. Then we will move into code enforcement officer communications and then adjourn. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse
decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of the board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives, somebody say that word for me, representatives of the applicant and member of the public are asked to stand at the microphone. Well, we don't have a microphone tonight, so please state your name and affiliation with the application, for, opposed, neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chairman. The meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside of the meeting room. Well, I guess we'll get right into it. And because as we've said, tonight is Joanne's last meeting, and that will leave us without a vice chair and with one person. And we'll still be one person short, actually. I know from speaking to the members that Patricia's schedule doesn't allow her to take this position at this time. Joanne's gone. That only leaves David. In my opinion, I think David would be a very good candidate.
Great.
He's very familiar with the rules, and he's not afraid to speak up. So, does anyone oppose that?
I'll nominate David Murch.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Pat. And David, I believe the next step will be, I'm not sure what it is. What is, do you have to see, I can't think of her name, in the town office, or what happens now?
I think we just vote on it, Len, and if we approve it, we're done.
And then he needs to accept.
Yeah, he needs to accept. He needs to accept the nomination.
Okay, let's vote. Everybody in favor of David, please raise your hand. There's no one opposed. Congratulations, David.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you. Thanks,
for
David.
the record, I will officially accept. So.
Okay, now the next item on our agenda is a consideration of application for board membership from Mr. Thomas Hennessy. Is he here?
Yes, he is.
I can't see.
He's down here. He's identified as Marcia.
I got him.
Yeah, I'm on the line. It's under Marcia at the moment.
Oh, okay. Well, Tom, I believe we've all seen and read your application. Am I right, board members? Everybody seen it?
Yep.
Would you just take a little time to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to be on the board? Go ahead.
I've been in Maine as a resident for almost 40 years. Lived in Raymond part-time for about 9, and then an additional 3 full-time here. And love the town, and I'm retired, so I'm looking for a volunteer position to try and help make things go smoother and better in the town of Raymond.
Do you have any acquaintances on the board, professional or otherwise?
I do not have any acquaintances on the board. I have a background in both the Navy and Bath Iron Works for 30, 40 years, depending on between active and reserve duty, and then full-time at Bath Iron Works. So I'm familiar with technical details.
And I see you checked off on your application that your schedule does allow you to attend the regular meetings, which are normally on the last Tuesday of the month, and site walks a couple of weeks before the meeting.
Yep, I'm good with all that.
Okay. Does any other board members have any questions for Mr. Hennessy?
Tom, I just think, I was gonna say thank you so much for applying. It's always good to see more volunteers coming out. And I assume you don't have any concerns about you'll make decisions that could be popular, that might be unpopular, and you don't mind taking the time to actually review the ordinances for the town, you know, to help educate yourself as to what people are trying to do or requesting to do.
I have no problem with any of that. I'm familiar with the previous code enforcement officers. I haven't directly met Alex. And I'm welcoming any training or assistance to get familiar with more rules and ordinances if I need to.
Mary, there is a course that is put out at least annually, isn't it?
Yes, it's being held by Zoom. I think I sent it out, but I'll send it out again to everybody.
Okay, I don't remember receiving any course, but welcome to either. I drive by your office all the time, Mary. I can stop in and get it if you don't get it any other way.
I'll email it to you. It will give you all of the information and the login for Zoom and so on, how to register. And as I've instructed, if you're registering for it, just have them bill the town. You don't have to pay anything. We'll pick up the tab on that.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll get that out.
Alrighty.
And Tom, I just want to say that I recognize your voice, and I know you've called in a few times and you've always been polite and right to the point, and I thank you for that. Do we have to vote if we would like to have Tom's application move on?
I move to approve the application of Tom Hennessy.
I second that.
Okay, let's vote to approve the application. Everybody in favor, raise their hand.
And you are forwarding this with your recommendation to the select board approve and appoint him as a member, correct?
Correct. Mary, do you have any other applicants in the queue, or?
Not at present. We seem to be running short, but we're going to keep trying.
Okay. Now we'll start the new business portion and the public hearing of the meeting. On March 20th, we did a site walk of the property with Mr. Clark. Joanne was not in attendance, but the rest of us were. Joanne?
I was actually, Lynn. Yeah.
I wasn't.
Did I say Joanne?
That's okay.
I know you were there. I thought I said Patricia wasn't
No,
there.
yeah, I wasn't.
Now you made me lose my train of thought. Joanne, can you read the notes from the site walk, please?
Sure, yeah, as Len said, it was site walk at 9 a.m. on 320 up at 3 Orchard Estates. The ZBA members present were Len, Joanne, and David. And Tom Hennessy joined us to see what the process was like. And Jeff Clark walked us basically around the property. He showed us you know, what he's applying for. Basically, he has a little over 5 acres, as I understand it. There's a trailer on the front of the property. He'd like to divide the property so that he would then have a 3-acre conforming lot and a 2.05 acre non-conforming lot, so he can build another principal structure on the back of the property on the new lot that he would create. So basically, he walked us around and showed us where the current boundaries are, where the proposed boundaries are, and just talked about that he wanted to continue renting out the trailer that's on the property and build himself a new home.
Thank you, Joanne.
Yep.
Let's move on to the application from Jeffrey Clark and Bethany Clark. Your application, as Joanne said, you would like to construct a new home and to create one non-conforming 2.05 acre lot, which will encompass existing structures which are there. Would you take us through your application, please? And would you please include what's going to happen with the right-of-way and with the present structures that are there, not necessarily the trailer, but that barn that's behind the trailer. So we're all clear on that. So when you're done, Mr. and Mrs. Clark, then the board will ask you any questions they have. So go right ahead.
I'm a little confused on that. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I've never done this before.
That's
The trailer would still be a rental property, and the garage I use for storage for specific vehicles, and basically the personal property that we actually are going to be moving out of our house here because we will be selling to build a new house if possible. And basically what we would like to do is separate the property into a 3-acre buildable lot and a 2.5, I guess, acre lot with existing structures on it.
Okay. Alex, I have a question for you. Is that what Mr. Clark's proposing? Is that something we can legally do?
Yeah, so if you take a look at the land use ordinance, Article 6, you look at Article 6B 1B, which says, subject to the provisions of this ordinance to hear and grant or deny applications for variances from the terms of the land use ordinance. A variance may be granted for lot areas, lot coverage by structure, and setbacks. So the ordinance does allow you to grant a variance for lot area.
Thank you. When you sell your existing home, Mr. Clark, will that in any way affect the right-of-way?
No, sir.
Board members, what other questions do you have? I know you have some, Joanne.
I do. Under what Alex just read, the powers and duties, under the request for a variance, Jeffrey and Bethany, you need to meet the criteria for undue hardship, as I understand it. And you filled out your application and put a few things in there. We're going to ask you some questions about those because you have to meet all 4 criteria. The first one is could you explain, it says the land in question cannot yield a reasonable return unless this variance is granted. Can you explain to us how that land cannot yield a reasonable return if it doesn't get split off into the 2 parcels?
Well, I'm having a problem with my headset. We won't be able to move forward in our plans to build a smaller house for us to live in. Because this house that we have now is just way too big for us and to take care of anymore. Our kids are all gone. We just want to build something small to retire in.
But let me ask you a quick question. If the trailer wasn't there, you could build a house on the property. What you're proposing is having 2 principal structures, 2 primary residences on.
That's what I'm trying not to do.
Right, that's why you're trying to divide it. But if the trailer wasn't there, you could have you could build somewhere else on that piece of property.
That's correct.
Okay. The second requirement is that the need for the variance is because of the unique circumstances of the property, such as location of existing structures, topographical features, and not to the general conditions of the neighborhood. So the need, would you say that the need is due to the unique circumstances of this property? Is there something that makes it unique?
We've lived here for 22 years. We love the land. It's a beautiful spot. It's a very unique, it's an old apple orchard, which we'd like to try to maintain to some extent. Hasn't been taken care of for years. But we would like to maintain the beauty of the property.
Okay. I'm just going to keep reading these, and for other board members, if you do have a question on any of these, please jump in.
And I think, Joanne, when the questions are finished, I think the board should go over each one and vote on it.
Yep.
Okay, but continue.
I think there's actually 5.3 that granting of the variance will not change the essential character of the locality. Would you, Jeffrey and Bethany, would you agree that if you divide this parcel, that it won't change the character?
I agree, it won't. Yes.
Okay, 4, that the hardship is not the result of action taken by the applicant or the prior owner. The fact that this is not 6 acres, so you could have 2 legally conforming lots, is that due to something other than your actions or the previous owners?
Not that I'm aware of.
But you are the one that's requesting to
Correct.
split it off.
Correct.
Okay. And the last one, 5, permitted variances run with the land and thus pass from one owner of the property to the next. That's just a comment. That's nothing that you have to address. So those are the 4 criteria of variance that the board members need to consider. And just other comments that I have, Len, are that my understanding is, I know with non-conforming lots, we can't make changes to make the non-conforming lots more non-conforming. So this is where I'm struggling, is we're taking a conforming less than 6 acres, little over 5 acre lot, and creating one conforming lot and a non-conforming lot, which I don't believe we can do. Or I would like to discuss that. I'm not sure how we can do that. And 2, I know if it wasn't divided, we can't have more than one principal structure on a lot. So I understand that's why he's trying to do it. So those are just my comments. So
Patricia, do you have any questions for Mr. Clark?
Yeah.
How about you, David?
Yeah, I do have a few. Thank you, Len. So when we were there for the site walk, there was a property out back with a house on it. Does that property belong to you, or does that belong to someone else?
That is a separate house. It belongs to Donna Hildreth.
Okay. And when we first came onto the property, the mobile home was on the right-hand side. If we're looking from the road, there was another property with a house to the left. That is your house, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what's the acreage on that property?
2.5.
Okay. And do you have any other properties that abut the parcel that you'd like to split?
I believe Donna Hildreth abuts the property, and what's his name? Flanagan abuts on the opposite side.
Okay, but you yourselves don't have any other properties
Abutting? No.
Okay. I think that's it for the moment, Len.
Thanks, David. You still all set, Patricia?
Yeah, my concern is that we're creating the non-conforming. And as far as in the future, somebody building something like moving the mobile home off of the site and looking to build a stick built home.
I think we have to discuss that. At this point, do you want to board? Let's go through the criteria and talk about and vote on each one. How's that?
Len, I'm assuming we don't have anyone calling in for or opposed or anything.
Well, no, I think Mary would have said something, but If there's anyone opposed,
Have we opened the public hearing
Yes.
yet?
yes, we have.
Okay. I have nobody calling in.
Thanks,
Okay.
Lionel.
All right. Okay. The first criteria is the land in question cannot yield a reasonable return unless the variance is granted. And their response to that is by limiting, decreasing square footage on the mobile home in order to build a new house, thus having two houses on the existing lot for the mobile home would be less rentable and less income yielding, decreasing the income derived currently. I'm not sure that that shows that that land cannot be used for something else. Any thoughts, board members?
I concur with what Len's comment is. That's one of the problems that I had, that the land, it is, to Jeffrey's point, it's a beautiful piece of property. The birds back there were wonderful, everything, and it's I guess, you know, it sounds like more of a wish to keep the rental income coming in and have another home there, and I understand that. But it doesn't sound, I don't see any reason why the property couldn't yield. For example, if he sold the property as is, you know, the property obviously would not have any problem selling like that. So just because it's not divided into two different parcels, I don't believe that that would not, by not doing it, it would not allow for a reasonable return, if that makes sense.
I agree with you, Joanne. How about other board members? Do you have any comments on this criteria? David or Pat?
Yeah, I would have to agree with both you, Len, and Joanne, that you know, looking at this, especially when it says a reasonable return, that I think that's kind of the key word in this for me is a reasonable return. So I believe the lot in itself, it is a beautiful lot, and I do think that sold as a 5-acre lot or used as a 5-acre lot, it would certainly result in a reasonable return without having to split it. So yeah, I have to agree again with Joanne. It's like it would be I understand for the Clarks that it would be nice to have the two properties and be able to take in the income for the mobile home as a rental, but the need to split the lot in order to yield the reasonable return. I'm not sure that the reasons provided by the Clarks meet the need.
Anyone else?
I do agree with everybody on that, because as far as building another dwelling on the 5 acres, that's still possible. Renting the mobile home is still possible. And it sounds like there's another building, also a garage, that's able to be rented. So they can be rented.
No.
No, okay. I thought you said something, but I stand corrected. I thought you indicated there was another type of dwelling.
It is for storage purposes only.
Oh, okay, all right, but it sounds like the mobile home, regardless of a home being built on the 5 acres, that could still be rented.
I think just to clarify that point, Patricia, you know, and Alex, you can jump in if I don't have this correct, but you can't have more than one principal structure on one lot.
So in this particular zone, and it probably will clear up what he was talking about in that description, you can have an accessory residential apartment with a single family dwelling, but it is limited to a certain size. So that's why he's talking about reducing the size of the mobile home, because it's currently too large to be an accessory apartment. So the only way he could do that, have the house in the back and have the rental in the front, would be to reduce the size of it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Let's take a vote with the board, just to be clear. All those in favor of granting the variance under rule number 1, please raise their hand. All those opposed? Okay. The next point we should talk about is the need for a variance is due to the unique circumstances of the property and not to the general conditions of the neighborhood. Their response is the lot size is currently not large enough to have 2 full-size dwellings without decreasing the overall square footage on the mobile home. Anyone want to comment on that?
Yeah, I'm not sure the lot size itself is unique. That's actually a bigger lot than a lot of them. But the existing, it's actually the size of the existing structure, being the trailer or mobile home that's on there, is what's causing, I guess, the need to request the variance to split them off. It's not the general conditions of the neighborhood, but that's a tough one. Are there any other comments by the board and how they're reading that one? I mean, I don't know if we say it's unique because it has an existing mobile home or trailer on it and at the size of it, and he wants to build another home on the property. I'm just not sure how unique that is, but.
Well, I read that proper application of this would require something actually unique about the property. For example, a lot with an odd shape than other area lots and does not have maybe a good lot for a variance. I don't know if this lot is actually unique. In my opinion, I don't think so.
I think it's just not big enough is the problem, right?
It seems like perhaps the uniqueness is the need or the desire to have 2 full-size dwellings on the property. See, Matt, I don't know that that's the uniqueness to the property. That's the uniqueness to the situation.
Right. I would agree with that, David. Yeah.
Me too. Any other questions?
From the new kid on the block, when did it become a rule to have the 3 acre versus something smaller on that type of lot?
I mean,
that's
what
rural
year?
district, right, Len? Oh,
I really can't answer that. I don't know.
I believe under this is a rural district. This Article 4C makes it an R, rural district, and the minimum lot area shall be 3 acres according to the ordinances.
I think Tom's asking, when did that come into play?
Yeah, is it before or after Jeff and Bethany bought this entire plot of land, I guess?
Would be well before. It looks like it might have been 1987.
But I'm not sure that didn't, the lot's 5 acres though. So even if lot sizes were smaller at the time, that lot was 5 acres, correct? So it's not like the lot was already split, you know what I mean? So it wasn't already 2 and then went to 3, so.
I guess my question, just for clarity, is if they bought it with the intention of someday splitting it, you know, was it 2.5 back when they bought it? And now we're in this dilemma here.
I don't believe that would matter what their intentions were. It's what it actually was at the time the ordinance went into effect. Is that correct, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, if they had purchased this lot in the 60s, for example, unfortunately, they have to play by the rules of today. I think, Jeff, you just purchased this not too long ago, correct?
We inherited it
Yeah, how long ago did you inherit it?
2 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean,
I'm just wondering, I guess I was just wondering if there's some kind of grandfathering thing.
not in this situation.
Thanks for clearing that up.
I think, Tom, I don't know if it helps just for understanding going forward, is if it were a non-conforming 2-acre lot, you know, from several years ago, then that could be maintained and continued. But it never was a 2-acre lot. So that's why, if that helps.
I'm just learning the rules.
No, good question. Good question.
Let's vote on the second criteria. The need for a variance is due to the unique circumstances of the property and not to the general conditions of the neighborhood. All those in favor of granting the variance based on this criteria, please raise their hand. All those opposed, please raise their hand. Okay. The next point is the granting of the variance will not alter the essential character of the locality. Their response is the request or a variance would not alter the essential character of the locality. It would remain rural residential. I don't know if that's the answer that we're looking for here. Anybody else?
I don't believe that dividing the lots would change the character of the locale there. So I don't personally see a problem with number 3. I think they would maintain the character if they were able to get the variance.
See, I look at this and thinking that it's essentially a split for the purpose of 2 primary residential. So essentially now we've got 2 properties, one of which is non-conforming lot size now, which has a primary residence on it. So I look at that in the sense that the locality is intending to have 3-acre lots. Now we're allowing, you know, a 2-acre lot for a primary residence. So for me, at reading this, it would be changing the essential character.
Interesting.
I agree with David on that one.
I do too. Good point, David. All right. No other questions. Let's vote on number 3. The granting of the variance will not alter the essential character of the locality. All those that believe that is true, please raise their hand. All those opposed, please raise their hand. Okay. Number 4, the hardship is not the result of action taken by the appellate or a prior owner. The response is, this is the size of the lot and it was never intended to be split by prior owners. I'm not really sure what the answer means. Anybody else have thoughts on this one?
Well,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Patricia.
I was just going to say, the Clarks inherited it 2 years ago. I don't know how long it was owned before that, but if it was going to be split, it would have been split by then. If there was an intention to do so.
Yeah, and to go along with, I agree with Patricia in that the hardship here is that, again, he doesn't have enough lot size to create two conforming lots. And also that the trailer is too large to have two structures on one lot. So that's where I just feel like the applicants are creating the hardship based on their needs. So.
Any other comments before we vote on this? Number 4, the hardship is not the result of action taken by the appellant or prior owners. All those that feel that is true, please raise their hand. All those opposed, please raise their hand. Well, it looks like that on all the hardship clauses, everyone is on the board is opposed 4-0 on every one of them. I guess the only thing left to do is to make a motion to whether to proceed or approve this variance or not.
Lynn, can I just get one confirmation?
Sure, go ahead.
Up there. I just want to make sure we have the listing of the 4 hardships. Is it, in order for us to even approve this, is it a requirement that all 4 must be met? Or is it at least one of the 4 must be met? It's my understanding that all 4 need to be met, but I want to confirm.
That's my understanding also, that all 4 have to
Same
be.
here. Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
So even if we approved 1, 2, and 3, and then we said no to number 4, then that sounds like it would be same result as if we said all 4, no to all 4. So, okay, thanks. It clarified. Thank you.
That's okay. These 4 criteria are very strict. So we have to put extra thought and thinking into it.
Yep.
Can I get a second on my motion or no?
I'll second. Oh, yeah. So, yeah.
Okay. The board votes to not approve the variance for Mr. and Mrs. Clark at this time. All those in favor, raise your hand. The variance is not approved. Thank you. Are there any other comments before we move on? Next order on the agenda is Code Enforcement Officer Communications. That's you, Alex.
Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot to communicate. I just want to say thank you to Joanne and good luck. And if you happen to come back to Raymond, we expect to be back on the ZBA if there's an open position. I doubt that's going to happen, but wishful thinking, I guess.
Variant.
But good luck. Thank you. And that's all I got.
Thank you very much, Alex. I appreciate that. It's been a pleasure to work with you. I mean that.
Thank you.
Before we adjourn, I'd sent something out to the board members saying that, and we obviously knew that this is your last meeting, Joanne. And I asked if anybody had some final words, that now would be the time. I'll go first if you want. Joanne, you're going to be very missed on the board. That's a given. The community, whether they know it or not, will be missing you also because, in my opinion, you have the most compassion for the community than most. Your ability to interpret the ordinances is outstanding, and you are not afraid to ask provoking questions. And on a personal note, I'm very moved that I've gotten to know you. Anybody else?
Thank you very much, Lynn.
You're welcome. Go ahead, Pat.
I want to definitely say that you will be missed. You've put your heart and soul into everything you've done with the town. I can see, your face when you go to vote on the board, you challenge everybody, and your insight to to all of the rules and regulations, and we really knocked around this whole variance. What is a variance? What is a variance? So you made us all challenged everyone on that one, and making good changes to a process that needed it. So, but you're going to be missed, and I enjoyed spending time with you on the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I will say that, certainly we haven't been on the board together for that long, but I have in the past been on the other side, and I've always appreciated your professionalism and how your fairness and how you looked at things. And so I appreciated that then. I certainly appreciate it now as being a board member. And I also appreciate you just asking me, a number of months ago while we're doing election stuff to consider applying. So thank you for that.
Thank you, David. Thank you, guys. I do want to say thank you to all of you, and everyone needs to know that these members of the board do work their hearts out to try to do the right thing every time someone comes to this board and makes a request. It's not easy. It's not easy to interpret any of these ordinances, and thank you, Alex, for helping us so much, and Mary behind the scenes. But I applaud each and every one of you. You guys are awesome, and you're going to do a great job in that. Len, you're doing a wonderful job taking, the chair. So
Thanks.
Appreciated.
Well, let's give Joanne a hand.
That's okay.
Okay. I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Can I get a second on that?
I second.
Okay, the meeting is now adjourned.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow Some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're a senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I Am a Lion. This is the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Good evening. Welcome to the April 6th budget workshop. First order of business is to approve the minutes from our March 16th meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Joe.
A second.
And who made that second?
Karen.
Karen, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Before we start, I'd like to mention that Sheila Bork has submitted her resignation from the Budget Finance Committee. She has changed her residence to Arizona and will spend most of her time there. She will, however, spend some summertime months in Maine, so we may get to see her as well. So I want to thank you, Sheila, for your participation in the Budget Finance Committee. We will now start the budget workshop part of our meeting. Do we have Alex Aponte available?
It doesn't look like we do as of yet, but we should shortly.
He's in the waiting room. I'm admitting him now. He just popped in.
All right, we'll put him on the spot then.
There we are.
Alex. Good evening, Alex.
Hey, thank you. I was waiting to be let in.
All right. Today you issued some updated paperwork. Would you like to cover some of the areas that caused those changes?
Yeah, definitely.
And then we'll come back to them as we get through the different sections and so on. So go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, I started with the first change was the 100,000 for the TIF. In years past, we had been putting 100,000 towards a revaluation. What I did this time is I actually put the 100,000 into the budget because in talking with Kurt, we are gonna have those funds, as part of the tax incremental financing. So, but what I did with that, I actually put it as an undesignated TIF project. One thing the board and the budget committee will want to consider is some projects, and I think that that's been something that we've been talking about because that TIF is going to still be there for the next 8 years. The other change, I got a final numbers from Nathan for the waste and recycling. So there was a net increase of about $9,000. So that was the other change. And then the other couple of changes on this version was the changes that the corrections to the Parks and Rec budget. And there was an error on one of the lines. The other thing I included were the undesignated, the calculation of excess unassigned fund balance and the available TIF funds, which is something that wasn't given to you. But I had said that I would be sending those out. And I want to say, and then I also send the proposed contract from Pine Tree Waste. And I believe those are all the changes and updates.
All right, thank you, Alex.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna go ahead and start right from the top. We'll do admin first. Does anyone have any issues with admin? Any questions? You're seeing reduction in salaries. There is no bottom line on this cost section.
Yeah, it's 529,150.
All right. Everyone good with admin?
How do you want to do this, Bob? Do you want to vote in section by section?
That's how I plan on doing it.
Okay.
Point of order, Bob, that you're not voting anything because it's a workshop. So you just
Right.
submitting, you're doing your comments and whatever on that, but there is no vote because it's a workshop meeting.
Duly noted. Thank you. Are we good with admin?
Yep.
Let's move on to compensation and training. There's a good boost there.
Can someone explain the large increase?
The large increase, Joe, is attributable to the fact that we hadn't done an update in our merit pay matrix for, I think, 4 years, Alex. And so this is not saying we're going to expend this money, but it's monies that are available to make adjustments as, I guess, warranted within the system that would bring the employees over time through merit closer to the market averages for our group of comparable towns.
Thank you, Don.
You've only spent 6,300 this year. So you still have 17,000. That correct?
That's correct.
So you're going to add another, well, 44,000 to it.
Yes, that sounds about correct. Yeah. When you look at I mean, I don't have the pay study in front of me, but when you look at where some of our ranges are, they're pretty out of whack. And, you know, it would be advisable to do this annually. And that's what we're recommending. Not a full study, but some sort of a update on an annual basis. So to make the adjustments that will be needed, that's the money you're going to need. If you know, it's not all going to happen all at once. It's going to happen, you know, as merit increases are granted, as adjustments are made, as warranted.
So you think you'll spend that entire $67,000 this year?
I don't think so, but I don't know as we want to go into the process with what may be, you know, underfunding it.
How many employees do you have?
The current count, Alex, do you have it?
I would say about 25 full-time. And then we have, I don't have the part-time per diems because those do vary. But consistently, we do have about 25 employees. I do want to mention that part of that 60,000 is to replenish the merit pool. So it all, and some of it too is primarily for some of the employees based on the study are way below the minimum. So even just to get them to the minimum based on the study that was done, that would be part of a big part of that 60,000. The other thing I will say is that the Board of Selectmen has approved a $4,000 dollar. I'm I don't know what to term it, but it was essentially just for the town manager during the crisis with the pandemic, and so it would actually be 13,000.
And then the other thing that's I'm planning on issuing some level of recognition, bonuses, awards to the employees who have performed over and above during the pandemic. And that money, including the money the selectmen I guess authorized for me, has not been paid yet, where the timing was after the pandemic, whenever that is. So that may be subject to some adjustment. I'm going to speak with Rolf about, possibly making that adjustment for our employees before the end of the fiscal year. But basically, when you look at a bonus for some of the employees who've given extraordinarily above what you'd consider the average, and in terms of, off hours and I mean, I don't want to get into it and sound too melodramatic, but it's been quite a challenge and quite an effort to keep things rolling and keep the town, in as good a shape as we are. And so basically, there's money for that. I do expect to be issuing those performance bonuses for the pandemic. And so when you look at it all together across that many employees, I don't think it's an unreasonable number. And I also, as I said, don't think it's going to be anything that's going to be expended all at once. And so that's what I would have to say about it. Oh, and the other thing I guess is that it may now be federally reimbursable as well, because they're now authorizing, and we don't have to do that, but of the money that we were allocated, that is one of the qualified expenses. I'm not sure we're going to do that, but that's something we could consider.
Thank you, Don. Any other questions? Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I just was curious, is this study as far as what we're paying now versus what the minimums are available? I'm just curious.
I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry, Kevin.
He wants to know if the pay study is available. So the pay study is available. Public employees' pay is also available. We can provide that. But we went to this system because we don't give COLAs. You should know that. We don't have a step program. We have a straight merit program. We haven't looked at the program in terms of an update for a few years. And so, but we're happy to provide all that information about, where we're at with respect to the study, what individual employees make. But, part of the merit system is, if you want to follow the private sector model, I mean, as I said, we're not doing a COLA. Some people are more rewarded than others. And so that does raise some issues as well.
And without getting into specifics, Kevin, we had done I'm not sure if it was the budget committee or if it was just specifically the Board of Selectmen, but the individual that's been assisting us with completing the study came and did a presentation. But we do have the compensation study, and we can also. Yep, there you go. Thanks, Bruce. We can also certainly break down the amount that is included within that amount that is being requested to be put into the budget, where it breaks down certain positions that are below the substantially below the minimum for a similar position in a town that's similar to our size. So I can break that down for you as well.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not necessarily opposed, to the increase or anything. It's just, it would be interesting to know. I mean, it seems like maybe we've been underpaying employees. I'm just curious as what the study shows. That's all.
Kevin, you can find it online. It's in the e-packet for the February 9th Selectmen meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for compensation and training? I will move on. Assessors. We're seeing that $100,000 being added right into that line.
That 100,000 is toward the next
evaluation,
the upgrade or the next reval. So because we had to move that, we moved that from the TIF. It was previously picked up in the TIF, so we moved that into the assessing budget. So it's actually going to be accrued. It's not going to be, it's not, you know, we'll probably get into the situation where we're going to have to start looking at and planning it this year, but the expenditures probably won't be until the next year. But what we, you know, the approach we took a couple of years ago was to do some accruals to that, so we wouldn't take the full hit when we did the full reval.
Any other questions for assessors? Code enforcement. Any questions for code enforcement? Town buildings. Any questions for town buildings? Technology. No questions for technology.
Can you emphasize that this is their term?
Public safety fire department. Nothing for public safety fire department. Let's go public safety animal control. Go ahead, Teresa.
I like the amount that's in there right now, the 39,556. That is the amount that is for 3 towns. I'd actually like to increase that amount to just to round it up, 73,000. And what that would be is for us to have a placeholder to look at maybe some other possibilities than using the 3 towns. I personally don't feel that having an ACO person for 3 towns is covering it. So I'd like to explore some other avenues possibly. And what the number I got from, as I asked Alex to run some numbers for me, what it would be to have a full-time ACO in Raymond, a part-time ACO person, 20 hours, and a vehicle cost, insurance, equipment, everything. So they would be fully covered with even with insurance. And that, like I said, that number 73,000. So we would be upping that budget by 33,440.
Thank you, Teresa. Any other questions?
Hey, Tom, does Gray have a full-time ACO?
No, they share, I think Nathan has more detail, but basically they share with their Public Works Department. They have an employee between Animal Control and Public Works. I think he may be a Public Works employee. Is that right, Nathan?
That is correct. He's one of their Public Works employees, and I believe there's a spare or a backup plan to that. I'm not sure what they use for backup, but their full-time ACO is on the Public Works Department.
Okay. I did read that contract between the 3 towns. I still think this person is a salaried person, and you know, reading that contract, she meets all the definitions of a salaried person, and I don't know. I don't think it's a fair deal for Raymond, to be honest with you, the way it's set up right now. But just my thoughts.
I think we share the concern about the salaried employee. That's their town attorney, I believe it's Natalie Burns' assessment. You know, we could get our attorney to look at it, which I might recommend, but I would agree with you on that point. As far as the fairness issue, you know, I don't know what to say about that. I'm kind of more focused on the overall level of, you know, service that we get. And, you know, I'd like to see more evening hours. I'd like to see more weekend hours. Basically now what we have is an emergency situation, as you can see from the contracts. And, you know, there's been a number of people who have had a concern about this issue. There's been some posts on social media and whatnot. So maybe it is that we have to pay for additional service if we want it. But I think if you have an animal in crisis, you probably want service. And I would define emergency more, I think, more broadly than what it is under the documents you have.
Does the current ACO live in Casco?
Yes.
And another thing too is
at this point, what Teresa's proposing is that we increment the funding in there, but there's no final decisions have been made. It gives some time to look at options, either, you know, still amongst the towns or whatever, and things like that. But that way we know, you know, we've got sufficient funding in there to be able to go whatever we want to do, while giving the town managers a chance to work things out and things like that. So it's more to make sure that we have adequate funding whichever way we go. And if we found out, you know, if something changes dramatically one way or the other prior to town meeting, we can always adjust the figure. If it's a lower figure, we can adjust it there. But we want, you know, the intent is to make sure that we have enough money in there to be able to cover whatever way we want to go.
Does the assistant ACO live in Casco also?
The assistant ACO position is vacant right now, but I believe the former ACO assistant may have lived in Casco. I'm not positive where Lynn lived. Do you know, Nathan?
I know the original one lived in Casco. She was on the Casco Fire Department, I believe.
Well, that's the one that we've just had resign.
Correct.
So I'd say Casco, yeah.
Anybody know why she resigned?
Yeah.
No, even if we did, it wouldn't be for discussion in this meeting anyway.
I understand that. But I mean, I just kind of like, was it voluntary? Was it, you know?
Yeah, it was a voluntary resignation. I don't know as they do exit interviews in Casco, but so I don't know. I could make that inquiry, but I don't have any information about why. And these employees are employees of the town of Casco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing too, last year, again, it was my understanding and we were led to believe that we would have somebody covering nights, weekends, and all the time. And it's not currently that way. So I feel it's just not it's not working out. That's just me.
Awfully hard to cover 24/7 with only one person right now. You know?
Right.
So,
but that's why they wanted the extra money last year, is to be able to hire somebody in for those extra hours and stuff. And, you know, and maybe we can multitask this person or persons. But this is in here for one and a half people. And it's, yeah.
Is that in there for 1 and 1.5 person?
Yep, one
for
full
Raymond
time.
only?
One full time and one person for 20 hours.
For Raymond only?
Yes.
No, what's in there right now is
Oh, sorry.
full-time and the 20-hour part-time amongst the 3 towns.
but under Teresa's proposal, it's 1 full-time and 1 half-time.
Yes.
So what I see us doing is taking away or adding to salary without a takeaway.
I see us going just Raymond. So that person and a half would be focused just on Raymond instead of running between 3 towns is what I'm looking for.
Okay, that's kind of backwards from what I was asking, but so we are looking to just separate our Raymond only 1.5 persons.
Yes.
I think the first thing we would do would be, and I've made this request, would be to, make an inquiry of the other two towns about the additional hours. And I'm not saying all night, but, maybe something beyond 6 o'clock on the weekdays, call it 9 o'clock for the purposes of discussion, maybe some weekend hours that would, they would come out and do the basic service. Right now, you have to have an animal emergency, and I'm still unclear as to what constitutes an emergency, but we don't want to get into that either tonight. So anyway, I've made that request. We'll see what the other towns say. And so if I understand this correctly, Teresa, Rolf, this is, not the first option. This would be having the financial capacity should we not be able to work out, a resolution to our current issue. And of course, if it did come to the town, we'd look at a model that would be probably similar to what you'd see in other towns like Gray, where you would utilize this person in different capacities for a greater bang for your buck, hopefully.
Do we know call volume? How many calls does animal control get in Raymond?
We do know that, and I think Bruce actually has that. He's on the board of directors there. I asked him to get that for me. He may have it right at hand.
Give me a minute. I got to pull up that email.
Bruce, it was about 130 a year in Raymond.
You think that was that low, that area? Hang on.
Oh, it's higher than that, I think.
Hang on.
And there's also a discrepancy between what the dispatch center has on the claims, and basically I think there's some documents in your packet. That.
So in Raymond, according to our dispatch center for 2019, 175 calls for the ACO. 2020, there were 193. And to date in 2021, 31 calls total. And when we look at all three towns combined, 2019 was 574, 2020 was 585, and 21 was 104.
Do we know the type of calls they are?
I didn't get that breakdown, Joe, unfortunately. I just got the rough numbers. We can get them.
I'm just wondering, are we chasing dogs that got loose, or are we dealing with rabid foxes and raccoons? Or?
All of the above.
Yeah.
It is.
But what's the predominant one?
My sense would be dog issues.
Yeah.
You're talking about dogs that are loose, dogs that are causing a disturbance, that sort of thing. I would.
Can I ask something? And I don't know how it works, but if somebody's being called out at night, like the ACO officer, because of a loose dog, they get the dog and take it down to the pound. Can they charge a fee to the owners for them coming out to do that? How does that work?
You can do that. Some towns do that.
Okay. I mean, that would be like the after hours fee. So it's a way maybe to recoup some money for somebody having to go out for that emergency call.
It's worth a look at.
Right. But I think the first thing we need to do is get together our wants and wishes and concerns and give the other towns some additional time to respond. So far, they've answered Don Garish, who's the interim in Casco, along with the ACO, have answered the questions as, he's the employer, she's the direct employee. So I don't know if John, Holly, and Naples shares our concerns or not, but that's my intention, is to see if they have an interest in changing the program of services. And so this will buy us, some time, and we'll have the ability to do a different option if we need to.
Yep.
But I think our intention is to try to work with our neighboring towns.
Yeah.
Any other questions for ACO? Public Works. Hi, Nathan.
Hi, Robert. How you doing?
I'm doing well.
Nathan, does that amount of money keep up your paving? What we're trying to do with paving?
What we're doing with paving this year, adding the 50 to it gives us the extra money to go around and get ready for next year. The biggest part of my money is going into the sidewalk project on Main Street this year. That's $440,000 on our share. Okay. So, and we're going to subcontract that out, and my guys are going to go get other stuff ready for next year. It's going to kind of give us a jump going. That's about what I spend on prep work.
Do we have any really bad roads that need to be done?
Yeah, we got Coneska Road's getting pretty bad. Martin Heights is catching up. Panther Pond Pines is pretty bad. Other than that, they're okay. We did half a Mountain Road last year, and I think that's where we're going to be heading in 23 is the other half of Mountain Road. And that'll get that end all done, and then we'll probably do half of Coneska Road on that same year.
With that same project? Yeah. Okay.
That all depends on pricing too. We haven't seen a lot of movement in liquid asphalt yet. The price increase that we have seen is the contractors going up because of their labor costs.
Yep.
Any other questions for Public Works? Let's move on to solid waste. Good with solid waste?
Well, we're adding another 50,000 to solid waste. Is that correct, Alex?
Yeah, so essentially what happened before, and Nathan can help me out with this, is Casella included that in our previous budget, I mean, in the previous contract, and they're not doing that now. So we had to separate it. But it's
well,
happening.
Yeah, let me interrupt you, Alex. On our last contract, Casella covered the cost of the recycling. When they started with that contract, it was either zero or they were making a little bit money on our recycling product. That changed that first year, and they carried that obligation through for the last 5-year contract. Going forward, they're not going to do that anymore. What their ad is $135 a ton for handling our recycling. There is in that a item that's called ACR, which is average commodity revenue, and that's what the recycling is worth. And that's a moving target. When I put this budget together, it was $92. I'm sorry, it was $43 a ton. So that brought our tipping fee down to $92 a ton. And for budgeting purposes, I felt the best thing to do, because it is a moving target, is to budget the $135 a ton. That's their baseline to carry our recycling. And we run right around about 370 ton, I think it is, in recycling. So that's where that 50,000 comes in for tipping for the recycling.
At the time this change was made to take the revenue from the town and turn it over to the contractor, things were, at a position where they were relatively lucrative. But having been in this business for a while, when they made that, overture that they would like to see that revenue, I was able to negotiate a deal where they got the revenue and we got a stabilized cost moving forward for a number of years. And then, of course, as Nathan pointed out, right after they got the revenue, the whole recycling thing tanked, as has been a cycle. And so they were very unhappy about it. But they got what they asked for. They negotiated for the revenues from recycling, and they got them, except they weren't revenues anymore. They were deficits.
So there's no money to be made in recycling anymore, is what you're saying.
Essentially.
Right now they're making $43 a ton, and it's costing them if you at $43 a ton, it's costing them $92 to process it, which gives you the $135 a ton to process it. It's very expensive to process recycling.
And a few years ago, we discussed, why don't we just do away with recycling? And because it's going to save you, what, 200,000?
Yeah, you can knock a considerable amount of money. Well, you'd probably knock quite a bit off the curbside pickup, and you'd lose the 50 grand.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't know what that number is on the curbside pickup, because we do it with 2 trucks right because of the recycling.
In the roadside pickup, because your tonnage would go up. Essentially, you'd be converting the tonnage that you're doing in the recycling. It would go into the trash stream.
Correct.
So you wouldn't save entirely that line item, because
no, you wouldn't.
Would recapture.
You wouldn't save the whole $135 36,000 for curbside pickup for the recycling, but I bet you'd see half that.
Some towns have actually done that. A handful of towns I'm aware of have done that. Mostly smaller towns. But the question really would be, the issue of the real and perceived environmental good of recycling. There are people who, want to do it. They're trained to do it. It's been something that we've done for some time. And it does ebb and flow. The commodities will go up and down. And of course, if you put it into the waste stream, you're going to pay a much lower per ton cost. But you're going to extract those materials. They have sophisticated, processes at MWAC. I was on the board there for a number of years. So they extract the metals. They extract, everything that's not combustible that is, marketable. So they would retrieve that back out after you paid the tip fee. But I think the big question would be, how would the perception be in the town, to not recycle and send it all to the incinerator? And I think there's a pretty strong environmental ethic in the town. So that would be something, you'd want to consider. Maybe you'd want to get some sort of a sentiment about it, if the savings would be sufficiently enough that people would, think it was worth it from a cost standpoint and an environmental standpoint to stop recycling.
I know Auburn looked at it last year and they dropped it really quick. They looked into it. They came up with a number they were going to save. They had one meeting about it, and the public had a fit about it.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. I kind of know what the reaction will be. So
it's not unprecedented. There are some towns that have done it. You're correct. There are some towns that have done it. But I think it's a big issue, and you probably want to get a readout on what people think. Maybe it would be worthy of some sort of a citizen question or something. But I just don't know. But certainly, it's not when they said they wanted the revenue, I was all over that. Sure, we'll negotiate the revenue. You want the revenue?
Yeah.
Did that, and then, like I said, next year or even sooner, it was out of revenue.
Does Raymond still have a recycling committee?
Not an active one, no. Haven't for years.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kevin.
For what it's worth, I'm certainly no expert in this field, but I do work in the power industry. That is my job, and part of the customer base that I call on is MWAC, it's PERC, it's Maine. I do maintenance and sell parts and equipment there. And one of the things that those guys have told me a lot is that many times when we think we're recycling, a large portion of what we think we're recycling ends up in the incinerator anyway, especially with plastics. They have very strict guidelines on the cleanliness. So for example, if you have a peanut butter container and you don't get it completely cleaned and there's a little bit of peanut butter in there, it just ends up in the trash anyway. So for what it's worth, I just figured I would share that.
Cardboard's another one. If cardboard's wet, they take it, they bale it, and then they ship it over and burn it.
Right, and the overseas markets, the Asian markets, have really tightened up what they're willing to accept. The standards are much higher, and you're absolutely correct, Kevin. That's a big feature and factor. And so if you get a small amount of contamination, significantly large load, it may end up somewhere you don't want it to be, like the incinerator.
I just wanted to share that because, like Joe and everybody else on here, if you chose to do away with recycling, the optics would certainly be one that would be, maybe looked at unfavorably by the public. But I specifically work in this field daily. And I think what a lot of people don't understand is that a huge majority of what they think they're recycling is ended up not being recycled anyway. So we may be paying for it and then just burning it anyway.
Yeah. I think what happened though is when we went to zero sort, single sort, we were kind of told, all you have to do is throw it in the recycling bin. And that's not really the case. You still need to clean it and separate it and all that.
When we did the recycling in-house, it was nasty, it was dirty, it was just like Kevin had said, nobody really, there's a small amount of people that actually do what they're supposed to do. They clean their stuff out. For the most part, they don't.
Right. Okay.
All set with waste?
Yep.
All right, cemeteries. No question for cemeteries?
No.
Recreation?
Okay.
Teresa has her hand up, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Teresa, go ahead.
So I was looking over Joe's budget. This is Joe's budget, right? Joe's just
believe
like
so.
sitting there like, oh no.
Mhm.
I would like to suggest putting another 20,000 in that budget. Reason being is because Joe's gonna need some money to be able to do public events. And if he doesn't have any money to do it, then he can't put him on public events for Raymond Parks and Rec. What do you think, Joe? Can't hear you.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
I'll never say no to that. I definitely, I think that's something that we've been missing. We just held our first Easter egg hunt this past Saturday, and it was very successful. 24 families, but again, I had to kind of move some things. Got some donations from Sebago Lake Chamber of Commerce, and but it would be very helpful. We could do some Halloween events, movie nights in the park. It would give some flexibility for programming those type of events.
And another thing too is, if you checked into possibly getting a license from like Disney, Pixar, whatever, to be able to show movies?
It's of course a one-time license, so you have to go through it's called Swing Productions or one other licensing company to get the rights. I don't know if there's a blanket coverage, like I think some music. If you're performing music, I think you get blanket coverage. I think right now movies are just per that movie.
I did it years ago in Jordan Small School when Ben was in there, and we did a fundraiser, and I didn't know we were supposed to have a permit. So I did it. I got a permit. It's what it is. But if you go to Pixar, you can have it, but it has to be at one place. So in other words, like if we had it at Raymond Elementary School, but we couldn't use it at the Jordan Small School, they had to use it at Raymond Elementary, you know, or we had to get one. So we just picked one school to do it, and we used the gym. But if you check into Pixar or Disney, or there's a couple of them, and see if you can get a license. And I know, I'm almost positive the PTA or the PTO had also got one a couple years after that, so they could be able to show movies. And God, I was gonna say Ben was in, I don't even know. Yeah, it was $350 at the time, but it was for a year.
That's not bad. And yeah, I definitely would think Tasseltop would be a great place, great experience for that. So that would save a lot of money. I think it's
Well, and the
for a
money you
good
make
movie.
it up on selling popcorn, selling candy, selling drinks, that type of thing.
Yeah, that would definitely help.
Yeah, I think we should really concentrate on hosting break-even events. You know, there is a cost to participate as well as a cost to produce, and you know, we shouldn't have to provide everything to the town. And it's just my thought.
I think,
Kevin.
you know, obviously, you know, Joe would have to check those things out, but from my recollection, if you charge admission, then, you know, and try and get the license for that, and you're going to charge admission, all of a sudden, instead of a $150 license, it's now a $1,500 or a $2,000 license, because now you're using that as a fundraising event, and they look on that entirely differently than if you're doing an event and you're showing it as a public service or whatever.
Oh no, I agree. You wouldn't charge for the movie, but you would charge for concessions, is what you would do. Yes. So they said we could not charge an entrance fee, but we went to the dollar store and bought a bunch of candies and Gatorades and waters and stuff, and the kids bought it up, so we could do that legally.
Kevin?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we attended the Tasseltop Easter egg hunt this weekend, Joe, and my two kids had a blast. It was a little windy
That's
and a little
great.
chilly.
Yes.
We think about 8 blue eggs blew off into the water somewhere. But we had a great time, and I talked with some other families that were there, and the general consensus was that they thought it was really cool that the town of Raymond was doing public events to get the little kids out and, you know, get people out doing things. And so I just wanted to give you kudos on that. And I think that, you know, if we're going to spend $20,000 somewhere, I do think investing it in our community and, you know, using that as a way to attract people to Raymond is money well spent.
Thanks, Kevin. That's great. I think I had 5 families from Raymond who said they've never been to Tasseltop Park, and they were just blown away that this was in their backyard. So that was really great to hear.
Any other questions for recreation? All right, let's move on to provider agencies.
Can I just share? So right now, this is listed as provider agencies. Last year, it's my understanding, was the town manager discretionary fund. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Dawn. So I just wanted to make sure that, because that's been the name that's historically has been placed there, I just wanted to get a confirmation if we want to maintain that name or if we want to switch it to reflect what it currently is being used for.
No, well, let me speak to that because I'm the one that got that fund initiated originally. It is discretionary on the part of the town manager, but for provider agencies only. It's not to be used for, you know, it was one of those because we had a bunch of provider agencies that were coming in looking for 150 or looking for this, you know, small things. And we said, you know, rather than trying to put all those out there for, you know, for a vote, it makes sense to put that into the hands of the town manager, who typically, when he's giving some of those out, is getting actually more back in services for us than he's giving out in that. So it still does want to bear that name because that is the intent behind it.
Great, thank you for the clarification, Ralph.
What's the ceiling on that amount?
2,000, I think. No?
On the discretionary account?
I'm sorry?
On the
2,000.
discretionary account?
My phone.
Marshall, you mean what's the ceiling on a per grant, or is it?
No, what's the overall cap? Last year it was 2,000.
It's still 2,000.
Yeah, 2,000.
Okay, so that's, I hear 3 people talking at once. I hear 2,000 going once.
It is 2,000, and the $2,000 wouldn't go to an individual organization. You know, it would be, I think I have actually underexpended that historically. You know, there's a couple of agencies that I really particularly see great value in, but I think the largest grant I've ever awarded was $1,000.
Okay.
But you haven't spent any of it this year.
I think we've obligated, I think we have, I think we spent about $1,250, right, Alex?
That's correct, yes.
For 2 agencies, and that probably will be it.
Okay.
Are we all set with provider agencies?
Yeah.
Let's look at RTP, the bus. They're asking for 8,500.
Good for them.
I just don't
I didn't
see
say
it.
it.
They haven't changed at all in the last 8 years and 10 years. It's the same process that makes no sense, that you pay the same amount from Bridgeton as you do from Raymond. We still probably only have a handful of riders on that thing at most on a daily basis. I say give them $1,000 again and call it good.
I mean, the 8,500 was their request, but that's, I don't see that coming out unscathed out of when we do the warrant article.
No.
I agree with the 1,000.
I do too.
Raymond Village Library. Asking for 60,000, 66,000, sorry.
Which is the same amount as last year. I'm okay with that.
I have to speak on behalf of the library. They're doing different fundraisers. They're putting different things out for community members to really switch it up, which is really cool. And just trying to do some different things to bring in the money. And this year they did bring in, you know, a lot of money, but next year could be something totally different. But they've done some raffles and stuff like that. So they've really switched it up. Is it good for them?
Any other library questions? Kevin?
Just real quick, is the library open now?
Today? Like
Well,
right now?
I mean, not like right now, but like
You don't have a book to read,
public
Kevin?
use?
They
Yeah, I
are
gotta-
open, and
gotta
they
go
still
read a
do
book after
masks,
this.
and they limit how many people are in there, and they're spraying things down. They're taking all the precautions, but yeah, they're open.
27 hours a week.
Thank you.
We good with the library?
Yep.
Tasseltop. Any questions for Tasseltop?
You're
Don has a comment.
what?
Don has a comment.
I don't have a question. It is a comment. I just want to recognize Joe. We had the best year ever despite the pandemic. Great job, revenue-wise, operations-wise. We had to use social distancing. We had to limit, you know, everything about the park, and still had the best year. Now, there were people getting out and recreating. That was recommended in the outdoors, but still, you know, it says something about the management of the park, and I'm very, very optimistic for the future with our new recreation director heading up the park.
Joe, are you booked for the whole summer?
I'm booked. Yeah, we just 19 weeks. Last year we had 11 weeks.
Terrific.
So again,
Nice job.
gives us a good head start. And thank you,
Good.
Don, for those kind words.
Does
Right,
that
this-
start Memorial Day?
Yeah, we'll open up the park Memorial Day, and rentals start, I believe, the following week afterwards.
Okay, great.
People all set with Tasseltop? Tiff?
Can I ask a question on this, Tiff?
Sure.
Okay, so they're trying to build up Tasseltop with rec parks, you know, recreations, because Mill Street is a mess, and I already let Joe know that. So, is there some way we can put money in there in the TIF thing for building up playgrounds and stuff? Does that make sense? Is that allowable? Is it? I'm still trying to understand fully the whole TIF thing.
It would have to be in that business district, right, Alex?
Correct, yes.
And I think it falls
Where
out.
it's designated, right?
Yes, the designated area.
Okay.
I believe Kurt had some thoughts around bringing in Tasseltop, possibly because it abuts the area. But there was some question about whether or not it could be done or should be done, because Tasseltop technically belongs to the state.
Right.
And
Is
I
there a way
think
we can
Don
find
has
out?
I'm sorry?
It doesn't
Is there a way we
technically
can find
belong to the
out?
state. It does belong to the state.
Oh.
So it's under lease to us for 100 years in 25-year increments. I think our better play is to go after state grants and aid, federal monies, which we're going to do aggressively. But your point is well taken. I think that's a good place to do that kind of development. But if we, it's always run revenue neutral. We invest the proceeds from the operations into the park. It hasn't been anything on the tax rate. That's been the idea. And, you know, we have, like I said, we got a 100-year deal. We passed our first 25 years successfully. We're into the second 25 years now. And, but I like the idea of investing state money into a state-owned property.
Okay.
But we are going to do something, trust me.
Oh, I know that. I was just trying to help find more money.
Yeah.
Any other TIF questions? General assistance remains unchanged at 8,000.
I have a.
Yeah, Don.
The comment I would make there is that, you know, we've been very fortunate through the efforts of Kathy Goslin in particular, other folks who have donated to community assistance. Kathy got some grants for food pantry assistance, which has helped us with our, I'm sure has helped us with our GA. You know, we have a very, very low level of GA relative to towns our size, which is something, you know, we're thankful for. That hopefully means that people are not struggling to the degree they are in other places. But if people are and watching this, we have resources between community assistance, the pantries, the general assistance. You know, we want to help anybody out there who's in need, and we have resources to do so. So if you're in that position, please contact us.
RSU. Yeah, Ralph.
I think it's important for people to understand that that is not a real number yet. That is a carryover of the number from last year. They have not settled on a budget yet. You know, and I think you're going to see an increase every bit as big as had been in the prior years. So if people are looking at that and bringing that down to the bottom line, looking at the mill rate and whatnot, you have to understand that that's not a real number.
Rolf, how are budget the new funding formula negotiations going?
They're just actually started. We had some initial discussions to get some ideas out there, what people are looking at, but I think it's probably another 6 months down the road before they're ready to start having any kind of open discussions on it and things like that. Because what they did is they had a meeting. They had the chair of the Wyndham Council. They had me and the people on their cost share committee, and got our inputs as to what we thought was important as far as how that looked going forward.
Okay.
Any RSU questions? Employee benefits. Insurance.
Just on that employee benefits, are you really looking at a 20% increase in health insurance costs?
Not necessarily a 20% increase, but you've got increased headcount that contributes.
Okay. All right, that explains that. Well, what are you looking at for an increase? 10%?
No, I think it's on a equal to equal. It'd probably be about the latest projections are about 3.5 to 4%.
Okay, good.
Insurance. County tax. Yeah, Ralph.
I think it's important that people, when they look at that number, recognize too that yes, the number is less for this year, but it's not because the county has cut their budget. The county actually increased their budget, but what's happened is our rate of valuation did not increase as much as some of the other places. So other places are picking up some of the slack there, but the county has not cut their budget and has no intention of cutting their budget.
Debt service? What's Alex?
Why hasn't debt service gone down? Is there a bond I don't know about?
Well, if I could, yeah. So essentially, from my understanding, these are the two bonds that are outstanding. So I'm not sure. I don't have the specifics, in terms of what the remaining amount balance
Yeah,
is.
when your interest payments go down, or at least they should.
Right. Yeah, I'm not in a position right now to be able to answer that because that's one area that I haven't done much research, but I do know that for next year, that is essentially going to be the same amount.
Why would it be the same amount?
I think it was a fixed. From my understanding, it was a fixed amount, and it was spread over.
Bond?
The principal was a fixed amount, but the interest
The
was.
interest should go down.
Yeah. So you pull the retirement schedule on that and take a look at that.
Okay, I will do
Yeah,
that.
you should have a new amortization schedule that shows that the interest payments should go down every year.
Yeah. All right. I'll do some research on that.
Everyone all set on debt service? Capital improvements. No questions on capital improvements?
So are we saying we're not putting anything into the CIP this year?
No, we are. It's just what happened is it changed account numbers. So you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's listed under 1501 right below it.
Right. Okay. See it.
Does anyone have anything else to add to the budget process? We will allow public comment at this time.
Mr. Chair, there is no public to comment.
Thank you very much. Budget finance. Excuse me?
Have we covered revenues?
Oh, sorry. No questions on revenues? Go ahead, Don.
Another comment, I'd just like to call out the staff, Sue's staff, the, clerical staff in general, everybody who's responsible, Joe Crocker, people who are in the direct collection of revenues business. We've really, I think, done a really good job. Those folks have done a great job in keeping the wheels moving and keeping the town, liquid, and the townspeople, I can't say enough about how cooperative and how good it's been to work with them and how understanding they've been. And we've been through various iterations of how we provide service. And I just want to call out those folks, and the town's in good financial, good fiscal shape, and good shape with respect to revenues. So thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Yeah.
Budget Finance Committee comment?
Mr. Chair, could I have a small commercial message at this juncture?
Sure.
I haven't received back any nomination papers as yet for budget finance, and there's only a couple that have taken out. The seats that are open right now, one has taken out, that's Bob Goslin, but Kevin, your seat is up, and Bob Jones, your seat is up. So if you do want to run for your seat again, you do need to take out papers, and they have to be returned to me with at least 25 registered voters signing it by Friday at 4 p.m. And that's true of anyone else in the public that wants to take out papers to run for either budget finance, select board, or school board. The papers are available in the town office, and they have to be returned by Friday. And we have 3 open seats on budget finance for 3 years and 2 open seats for budget finance for 2.
Thank you, Sue. Kevin?
Is that, just to clarify, that is this Friday, as in like a couple days?
That's Friday.
That's the one.
Today's the 6th. 3 more.
Get your papers, drop them off at my house, and I'll get the signatures.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Bob, do you want to take out papers?
I have papers.
Oh, sorry, Bob Jones. I know.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
He has to unmute. There you go.
Not sure.
Okay. All right.
Any budget finance comment? Any select board comment?
You guys will be getting an email with Kevin's papers to sign, just so I'm giving you a heads up on it.
All right.
That's if you guys want me back, of course.
There you go.
You do.
What's that?
You do go to bed.
Yes. Seeing no more comments, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, Joe.
Second.
Thank you, Kevin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Have a good evening.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month, from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I Am a Lion. This is, the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, the appliances, and the tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Welcome to the April 13th Board of Selectmen meeting and public hearing. We'll call the meeting to order. First order of business is approve the minutes from the February 9th meeting.
Motion to approve.
So, second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. We will now move into public hearing on the proposed ordinance changes. And Alex, we'll let you kind of lead that off as far as each of the proposed changes, what they are and what they're for, and then we'll see if there's any comment on those.
Sure. All right. So the first one is basically for road and street definitions across multiple ordinances, land use, shoreline zoning, and the street ordinance and subdivision regulations. So what we did is we looked at the definition for road and street in all of those documents to make sure that they all matched, because what we found is each one had a different definition, and it was making things a little problematic. So that's really all that one is. Do you want to stop at each one, or do you want to just keep going through them?
Don't see any requests for comments, so we'll move on to the next one.
Okay. The next one is a little bit more complicated. This one is for the street ordinance, and it basically updates the appendix. And the reason for doing that was to accommodate some additional information and requirements for emergency access. So we'll have some new turnaround details, as well as some fire department requirements for turnarounds, parking, and some other details like angle of approach for the fire truck. And that is basically just in the appendix, that all of this information would be updated. So that's it on that one. The next one is also for the street ordinance. It's kind of a continuation, but this next one is for multiple different sections within the street ordinance. And so what we've done here is we have updated the maximum grade allowed for a backlot driveway. Was originally 12%, and now it would be reduced to 10 But we've added in a waiver section. So the planning board has the ability to grant a waiver to that in certain situations. So a bulk of the amendment for this one is in that new waiver section. And then we also added the requirement for, on dead end streets, the requirement for a turnaround, which would need to be for basically for dead end streets that exceed 1,000 feet. They would have to have a turnaround. And that's basically, again, that kind of falls under the emergency access, making sure that if there was something, an emergency event that were to take place, that we could have multiple turnout points and turnaround points. Any questions so far?
Not seeing any, no.
Okay, cool. The next one is for clearing of vegetation. This one was one of the amendments that kind of had, I guess you could say, had more back and forth between board members. And basically, there's a section of the ordinance that limits the amount of lot area that can be cleared in town. And it doesn't allow for any development beyond that threshold. And that kind of creates, I guess it's a little problematic to have that. So what we've essentially done is said the threshold is going to stay the same, but if someone now wants to exceed that, they basically need to go before the planning board and go through site plan. So now they'll be able to exceed that threshold with planning board approval. So it is kind of relaxing that standard a little bit, but if they can meet all the requirements of site plan through the planning board, then they should be fine. So that's essentially what that amendment will achieve. The next one is more of a clerical amendment. It's to fix an error in the ordinance for mixed building use in the commercial district. Basically right now, what the ordinance says makes no sense at all. So we are just updating what we believe was an error in 2009 to allow for commercial and residential uses in the same building, as long as the upper floor is where the residential use would be. Right now, it doesn't allow for, basically it says that the upper floor needs to be the commercial use, which really makes no sense for a commercial setting to have the residential use be on the first floor and the commercial on the second. So we are just correcting that. The next one is kind of another correction in a sense. The ordinance requires currently any septic system, residential septic system that's going in basically near any perennial water body needs to be designed according to the Portland Water District standards. And it specifically in the ordinance references the Portland Water District regulations as of June 3rd, 1988. So those are no more, those have gone away. So we are updating the reference. We've also changed it from perennial water body to a great pond. That's going to be a lot easier to enforce. And it's a little bit of a relaxation, but at the same time, we're still much more strict than other towns, because for most towns, the Portland Water District standards only apply to septic systems within 200 feet of Sebago. So we are saying anything within 250 feet of any great pond needs to meet the Portland Water District wastewater disposal system permit protocol, which essentially means that bedrooms need to be designed at 120 gallons per day instead of 90. And the planning board felt that it was best to kind of keep this more strict than what's required because of all the short-term rentals, Airbnb rentals near the lakes that take place. They felt it makes sense to have a septic system that's designed for a higher use. Let's see. Next is another very minor update to the Zoning Board of Appeals section. Essentially, it just requires that if a variance is approved by the ZBA, that a document needs to be recorded with the Cumberland County Registry of Deeds within 90 days. That essentially records that decision from the ZBA. So, and I believe that's actually state law. That's been done for a number of years, and it's something that was on our ZBA application and has been a common practice, but it wasn't in the ordinance. So I just wanted to make sure that we put that in the ordinance as well. Next one is another easy one. We're just updating the reference for junkyards. The waste material accumulation section in the land use ordinance has an outdated statute reference. So that's just clerical. The next one would be amendments to the fire protection ordinance. So fire protection is a separate document that really doesn't require planning board approval to update. However, it's been common practice over the years to still have the planning board review these changes because a lot of what they do closely involves this document. So they did review this and they did actually on all of these ordinance amendments, they did vote to recommend approval. This one as well. So essentially this amendment to the fire protection ordinance updates the code reference and then it also would require residential sprinkler systems for dwelling units 4,800 square feet and larger. So that would mean any residential sprinkler or any residential dwelling that's being built larger than 4,800 square feet would need an approved residential sprinkler system regardless of the location in town. So currently in Raymond, we have some subdivisions that require sprinkler systems regardless of the size of the dwelling, but it's not town-wide. This would be a town-wide rule as we go into the fire protection ordinance. Any questions on that one? Sweet. One more. The last one is for tiny homes. We wanted to kind of dip our toe in the water on the tiny homes thing. It's kind of something that's been growing over the years. There really is not a lot out there at the state level and really the local level on tiny homes. A lot of towns haven't really jumped in on regulating them. The state has started to put information out there, but the tiny homes are falling into really more of an RV category at the state level, which we kind of wanted to go the other direction on. So all we've essentially done is created a definition that is almost exactly the same as the definition for a dwelling unit, which will match the land use ordinance does not currently allow for an RV to be used as a dwelling unit year round. So we kind of wanted to maintain that with the tiny homes. If they're going to be treated as an RV, it's not really going to work with our ordinance. So we're creating a definition. There isn't really specific standards coming along with the definition yet. Our plan is to get the definition in for now, and then as more stuff is released and changed in the next coming couple of years from the state and other towns, then we will revisit if it's necessary. And that is the last one.
Yeah, I have not seen any hands raised for comments.
No, there are none.
Okay, so in that case, we will close the public hearing and move back into the select board hearing or select board meeting. Next item of business is a request for town facilities assistance for the 2021 UCAN 5K. Brenda, you want to speak on that?
Yes, Don told me to present. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Don told me to present on what we've done in the past, and we couldn't do last year, but we're attempting to do it again this year with the UCAN 5K starting at the Sherry Gagnon Park on Mill Street in Raymond, and then ending back there as well on June 27th. The start time for that for registration is 7:30. The actual kids run will be at 9, and then the 5K runners and walkers will be starting at 9:30. It's usually a very fast in and out and done within an hour and a half of the whole thing. And the proceeds will be going towards the town of Raymond for extra projects that I'm sure are going to probably head towards Tasseltop, but that's what we plan on doing. We've had support before from Bruce at the fire station just for safety. And we do have the sheriff's department usually does a very good job of a volunteer service of closing down the roads so that we can have safety, especially out on 302 when we go down that stretch. Is there any questions or?
Sam, Teresa?
Nope.
In that case, I'll take a motion on allowing the UCAN 5K.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. Next item is, thank you, Brenda.
Thank you.
Next item is consideration of liquor license renewal for Fisherman's Catch.
And in your packet, you received the application from Mr. Coppersmith and the fire inspection, which I believe, Wayne, correct me if I'm wrong, but he passed that. But we do have some concerns. And you also had in your